Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So there were no actions taken in closed session. We have some agenda changes. We're moving item 8, the whole section, to go before item 6. And then we will release all the students. So you can go home and get a good night's sleep, get your homework done. And then we are going to table 18K. K, as in kitten. Do I have approval of the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Students?
Aye.
All opposed? Deb Morton made the motion, so go. Okay. Okay, so now we're going down to 8. We just. Okay. All right. Dr. Kimball's comments.
Good evening. Thank you for all being here. This is a great packed house. Appreciate you all. Good evening, Board President Smithfield, members of the board, student members, and a big group of community. Tonight we have very exciting things to celebrate. And we have students, teachers, staff, and community partners to celebrate this evening. First, I want to invite everyone to attend a gratitude concert that RBV Band Ensemble is putting on for North Coast Church. It will be tomorrow, April 12th at 7 p.m. at North Coast Church in Vista. Band director Eric Wyrather and his students wanted to thank North Coast for their generous donation of over 1,000 instruments to Vista Unified School District. Amazing. It is time to lace up your sneakers and get ready to run. The Vista Strawberry Festival Run has something for everyone. The Elite Runner, I know that's most of you, the Run Walker, kids, and more. Join the VUSD Strawberry Run team on May 26th. This is really important because we compete with police and fire and we want to win. Registration information is on the VUSD website. Join the community at the 5th Annual Early Childhood Education Fair on Saturday, April 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. This event will take place on the Vita campus located at 740 Olive Avenue in Vista. It is a huge event. It's gone from 300 or so to over 2,000, so make sure you get there early and find your parking spot. VUSD has held 7 proud of our public school walks. Students, parents, staff, teachers, and community members from participating schools and others have delivered informational door hangers in their attendance areas. There is still time to join for a walk. You can get your steps in. It's a great opportunity to meet the community. We have walks coming up at Monte Vista, Grapevine Lake, Foothill Oak, Rancho Minerva, and Beaumont happening in the next few weeks. Go to the VUSD website to sign up. Want to see STEM in action? Come see the awesome student experiments, projects, exhibits, and experiences at the 2019 VUSD K-12 STEM Fest. The event takes place on May 2nd from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Vita, located at 740 Olive Avenue in Vista. And now we have a number of recognitions. Last Friday, the Vista Chamber of Commerce held their annual Heroes of Vista event. 5 deserving VUSD staff members were recognized as Heroes of Vista. John Wathen, VUSD Maintenance and Grounds Manager, was recognized as Classified Employee of the Year, and I believe we have a little video about John. John, why don't you come up here so we can embarrass you?
Try to make the environment as pleasant as possible for the kids. I bring a lot of experience in construction trades, and I try to have a good attitude to help spread to our crew. who do all the hard work, the dirty work of keeping the facilities in good shape. Respect I have for the crew and the staff here. I really value everything they do. The place would not run very smoothly if the toilets didn't flush and the roofs didn't leak. So I really value their input, and so I take great pride in honoring them and acknowledging all the work that they put in.
John Wathen brings a myriad of skills. He not only has a great way with people, I think he really tries to position himself as a servant leader, putting other people's needs before his own. Whenever he has requests from people, he responds extremely quick. I think the biggest asset that he brings is communication style. He always keeps me abreast of any issues that are coming at me. I always know of any emergencies that might be out there or things that I need to work the superintendent to. He's just really good at following up and completing the loop on any kind of communication issue.
Okay, John's an extremely hard worker, and also he thinks outside the box. And he's very supportive of the schools and what they need to create an outside environment to help support learning.
John is great at what he does. He's in maintenance, and what I think he brings is an open mind. So we've asked for things that are kind of outside the box at our site, and he's never said no. He always said, I'll look into what we can do about it. So I think that he really brings the ability to think outside the box and solve problems outside the box. And he always puts the kids first. So whenever he comes to do a job, he thinks about how it's going to impact the students, and he really has a heart for the kids, and I think that makes him great.
I was just really impressed with his work ethic, and he's a salaried employee, so he's going to pay anyone to do that. And he just takes it upon himself to make sure that these facilities are ready for students to learn. And that's where his heart needs to be, and that's what makes him unusual.
Next to be recognized is Chris Tompkins, and it's RBV film teacher, that was recognized as the Art Teacher of the Year. Chris is not attending, so we will not be able to do the big rollout here tonight. Marissa Wadsworth, a teacher at Vita, was recognized for educational excellence and technology support, also was unable to attend. RBV's Jim Bennett was recognized. Jim, come on up here, I think you're here. For scholarship and internship support, and we're going to play your video, so come on up here. Stand behind these guys so they can see.
I've been an educator for 34 years, but this is by far the most fun I've ever had in just what I do every day.
Jim's a real personal guy who's willing to go out and can connect with people really well. Not only on campus, but in his job as an intern coordinator. We can make connections with people out there and have them be able to come and RBV and give our students opportunities.
You know, I just feel like I've been in the right place at the right time. And just so fortunate to have this position and to work with youngsters like yourself.
He's just got a really positive, low-key quality that kids and others listen to. But he's also really passionate about his program.
I want to show everybody how grateful I am, you know, and I think sometimes if you have a smile on your face, you know, you're going to make other people smile too.
He really cares about the kids, and it shows. The kids really respond well to him, and they understand what he wants from them, and he makes very clear roles for them, and understanding this is what I expect of you, and this is how you're going to behave, and they do, because of his guidance. It's his guidance, I think, that really is important.
And the other kids I work with who, you know, have full schedules, sometimes jobs, and then on top of that, they're doing 5, 10 hours of internship.
Yeah.
You know, and I tell them every year, if it's not for you guys stepping up and doing this, I wouldn't have a job.
I mean, it's well deserved. Jim's been working at this for a while as a leadership coordinator, and he's probably just as passionate and going out there and getting them as when he started. And you know, over time, some folks start to tire out, but Jim doesn't tire out at all.
He's helped me immensely on how to communicate back with these people, and I love just going in and talking about work and school and my personal life and the amazing opportunities I've been given thanks to the things that he's taught me. And every student talks about Mr. Bennett, and even though he's like 7 feet tall, he is the most comforting, amazing guy, and Rancho is extremely lucky to have him.
And finally, we have Donna Caperton, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, who was recognized as Administrator of the Year.
Donna has a very difficult job. She has to not only put students' interests first, she really does a beautiful job of staying diplomatic and making the difficult decisions and smiling and keeping it about kids.
Donna's contributions and what she brings to our school district, I think, is one of fiscal responsibility.
I think for me, the most rewarding thing is what the accomplishments I see. I mean, I can go to a school site and know that we did a construction project like here in your studio, and know that business services had a part in that.
I think she feels like there's the budget cut situation or the inability to fund everything to the level we'd like to falls on her shoulders. And I kind of joked with her about that. And I said, those of us that got elected are the ones that have to take the heat for that. You just give us the good information. So it's kind of that way. But I've been very pleased to work with her. She's been a tremendous asset to our district over the last 20 years or so.
I'm incredibly fortunate to know her. She's an unbelievable mind and mentor to me. Every day is a new learning experience. Donna has nearly 40 years of experience. She began years ago as a purchasing buyer, which gave her an incredible opportunity to learn about all types of materials. Donna is truly a behind-the-scenes unsung hero. She does what she does because she loves it. She has a passion. She truly wants, no compliments. She just does what she does and keeps going.
But she also helped to envision a school bond that will be the future for our students long past when we are here. And so she has really designed a building program that will live long into the future. And so for that reason, I say she is a legacy person.
I enjoy working. I enjoy helping the schools. I enjoy helping the people who call in and needing assistance. That's what I like to do. I like to help.
For this one. Okay, so you think I'm done, right? So not actually. So now I purposely left Donna up here because in addition to being a hero of Vista, Donna has been named the State Association of California School Administrators District Office Administrator of the Year. She was selected from more than 256 applicants. She will be honored for her excellence and commitment to California's educators and students at Access Leadership Summit in November. Congratulations again. So now I'm going to introduce Dr. Matt Doyle. This is Dr. Matt Doyle, you know him. Who will talk about the Talent Cities Innovation Award.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, board. Members of the audience. James, could you come up with your team? So I'd like to introduce James Wright. He's the CEO of the Classrooms of the Future Foundation for the entire county of San Diego. And it is my pleasure to inform the board that we continue to win awards, Vista Unified. And he's going to talk a little bit about an innovation award that Robert Kroll won with our Talent Cities project, supporting students in middle school, learn about the world of work. Robert, could you come up as well, please?
Thank you, Dr. Doyle. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Kimball, students, and members of the public. Again, my name is James Wright, CEO of the Classroom of the Future Foundation. Our mission is to create innovative learning environments in our San Diego public schools with the goal of preparing students for the jobs of the future. We're an extension of the San Diego County Office of Education. We work with all 42 school districts in our county. We have a lot of programs that we provide to school districts throughout the year, but probably what we're best known for is a big event that we do every May called the Innovation and Education Awards, which is a celebration of our 4 innovation grantees for that year. And we're so proud that Vista Unified School District was last year's Innovate grantee for the Talent Cities program, and we have a short video that we'd like to show.
This excursion for middle schoolers is happening because Vista Unified School District asked 4,000 students to weigh in on their education.
And the largest word that came to the surface, which was a surprise to us, was the word irrelevant. And so the message we got, which was a gut punch for us as educators, was that the experience students were having, generally speaking, was irrelevant.
So the district took stock and partnered with Vista Chamber of Commerce, New Learning Ventures, and local business leaders, and developed a program called Talent Cities. Talent Cities brings middle schoolers into the workplace.
My husband, Tim, and I, we own this company.
Marlene Taylor owns Taylor Trim and Supply, a door-making company in Escondido. Employees devote a couple of hours giving students a tour and insight into the various jobs and culture.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I've never been to a place where they make the doors or anything for houses, so it's interesting.
Before middle school students visit a work site, they spend time exploring priority sectors and what makes school relevant.
The majority of our dropouts happen in 9th grade, so we're trying to get kids engaged and thinking of themselves in the world of work and thinking about the possibilities and pathways that are presented to them before they fall into the danger zone of dropping out.
Through hard work, positive attitude, I was able to work my way up through the company.
You can learn experience about it, and if I were to come to a place like this, I would like to be a manager.
We're investing in them as young people, and maybe they'll remember us in the future.
We believe in you as a student. We believe in your talents and your interests, and we want to develop that talent.
And guess what students are saying now?
The words that came up now were interest, careers, career planning.
Talent Cities is 4 years old with plans to involve more local businesses and more students.
Congratulations again to the district. At this time, I'd quickly like to introduce our sponsor of the 2018 Innovate Award, Think Right Technologies. Think Right is a very generous supporter of the Classroom of the Future Foundation, deeply committed to the advancement of innovation in our San Diego public schools, and I'd like to bring up to the podium co-founders Mike and Denise Garena.
I forgot to say Vista parents as well. So both of our children went to, actually our son Dylan is graduating from Mission Vista in June, and it's not a hope, he is actually graduating. And our daughter was as an alumni that's now at UCSD. So we've had a great experience. We were very honored when we came out to do the donation or the sponsorship of the award to find out that Vista was the school district, because we've had such a great personal connection with you both through our students, and also as a company, you guys are one of our biggest customers in California for we make headphones and headsets. And so, yeah, so you guys, a lot of our stuff's out in your schools. So I just want to say, again, thank you. And we also, you want to talk about our employees?
Well, we also employ Vista students. Our daughter has been working for the company since she was 16, and our son has been working for the company, and his best friend also works for us. So the skills that they've gathered from students and working with the teachers and staff at Vista, we see the fruition of that as, really great employees and great people that we enjoy being with and working with.
So I just want to say congratulations to the Talent Cities program and Vista for offering such a great program for the students. I think right now, especially with college and career pathways being so important, being able to get students' interests involved early, allows them to make choices earlier on. And I think, the best part is, as part of this sponsorship, is the money goes directly to the schools. And so the money then gets actually to help fund and the growth of the program. So what we have here is, I think we already wrote the check, right? Okay. So I don't have a big check to give you, but we do have a banner for the district to honor your recognition of the 2018 Innovation Award from the Classroom of the Future.
You gotta get the board in here. You gotta get the board?
Let me help you.
Even better.
Let me help you a second. There you go.
There we go.
Thank you. That's great.
Dr. Kimball, you have to come in too.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, sure, let's do this.
I heard about that. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Are there any tall people that you guys are happy to do? I know.
How are we doing it?
There we go. All right, ready? There you go. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thanks so much.
I would like to now introduce Elaine Alexanders, who will introduce our proclamations. Our board members are going to read our proclamations, so you can go ahead, Debbie.
Whereas a strong, effective system of public school education for all children and youth is essential to our democratic system of government, and whereas much of this progress can be attributed to the dedicated employees entrusted with supporting the educational environment so our children can grow to their full potential, and whereas substitute employees play a vital role in maintaining continuity of instruction and positive learning environment when the employee is away, and whereas it is appropriate the substitute employees be recognized for this dedication and commitment, now therefore the Board of Trustees of Vista Unified School District do hereby proclaim the week of May 6th through the 10th, 2019 as Substitute Employee Appreciation Week.
At this time, I'd like to have Elena Reed and Rachel D'Ambrosa come up to represent, to introduce to you two substitutes.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to call Elva Diaz to come up to the front, please. Elva Diaz is being recognized for her service to the Vista Unified School District as a classified substitute. Elva began her employment with Vista as a substitute child nutrition services assistant in August of 2000 and did work for us as a regular CNS assistant for some time. She's been working regularly as a sub since 2014 at various sites throughout the district. At the beginning of this school year, Elva accepted a substitute assignment in the kitchen at Breeze Hill. What was supposed to be a short assignment has turned into the entire year. Elva tirelessly works at Breeze Hill and is willing to go the extra mile in order to give students the high level of customer service that Wavecrest Cafe expects. If Elva is asked to do something, she will do it with a smile on her face. Elva's go-with-the-flow attitude makes it a pleasure for other employees to work with her. Elva's caring personality towards staff and students is much appreciated. It's hard being a sub, getting to know the routine and making new friends. Elva has become a part of the Wavecrest family, both at Breeze Hill and with the district. Her dedication to Wavecrest Cafe is what makes Elva a super sub. On behalf of Vista Unified School District, I thank you so much for your hard work and dedication to the staff and students of Vista School District.
I would like to thank the district for giving me the opportunity to serve the kids at the different schools that I've worked at, and I really feel that the people that I work with at Breeze Hill really make me feel at home, and I enjoy working with Teresa, Connie, and Rena, and I love serving the kids. I love seeing their smiles, and they look at the lunches, and I think it's a good start for them when they have breakfast and lunch. It's a really good environment to work. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I would like Ben Holmes to come on. So Ben Holmes became a substitute teacher with the Vista Unified School District in September of 2016. He is a preferred substitute teacher at RBV, Roosevelt Middle School, and Vida. Staff at Vida wrote that Mr. Holmes has gone above and beyond. He exemplifies a spirit of creativity and dedication to his work. We embrace Ben as a member of not just our parent body, but as a member of the Vida family from the inside out. His attention to detail, willingness to step in, keen intellect, and empathy for the kids is awesome. Ben has stepped into countless positions at Vida and always comes up shining. We rely on Ben when he is here and cannot count the number of times he was able to solve our sub-issues easily and adeptly. Many times Ben was just here to drop off and was asked if he could take a last-minute job that very morning. Ben took on the gardening design lab, guiding but not directing, and allowed the students to execute their vision. Ben has been married to his wife Diana for 20 years, and they have 3 children that all attend Vista schools at RBV, Vida, and Lake. Ben, he has a bachelor's and master's degree in history. He holds a single subject teaching credential in both social science and history, and he is currently pursuing his doctorate. Ben stated that being a sub, I'm sorry, I skipped the best part. Ben previously served for 20 years with the United States Marine Corps, serving in 6 deployments and receiving 2 Purple Hearts. Couldn't read this without getting teary-eyed. He is now a retired Marine First Sergeant. Ben stated that being a sub is the coolest job in the world. If I could do it forever, I would. If forced to choose a single key to finding success as a substitute teacher, it would be yourself. However, there are some really amazing teachers and administrators within the district who, despite the challenges of building relationships as a day-to-day sub, have managed to significantly influence me both personally and professionally. We'd like to thank Ben Holmes for his service and his work with our students here at Vista Unified School District.
classified employees proclamation. Whereas classified professionals provide valuable services to the schools and students of the Vista Unified School District. And whereas classified professionals contribute to the establishment and promotion of positive instructional environment. And whereas classified professionals serve a vital role in providing for the welfare and safety of the Vista Unified School District students. And whereas classified professionals employed by Vista Unified School District strive for excellence in all areas relative to the education community. Therefore, be it resolved that the Vista Unified School District hereby recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of classified professionals to quality education in the state of California and in the Vista Unified School District that proclaims the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2019 as Classified School Employees Week.
This is a proclamation for, it says the day of the teacher, but I'm going to say the week of the teacher because everybody else gets a week. Whereas teachers open children's minds to the magic of ideas, knowledge, and dreams, and whereas teachers keep American democracy alive by laying the foundation for good citizenship, and whereas teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, and mentors, and whereas teachers continue to influence us long after our school days are only memories, and now, therefore, the Board of Trustees of the Vista Unified School District do hereby recognize the week of May 7th, 2019. Sorry. Of the teacher. We observe this day/week by taking time to recognize and acknowledge the impact teachers have on our lives.
Okay, so the reason we can release the students after this is that this is a civics item. Ready? Okay, a bunch of you are here for civics, right? I think. Okay, so this evening I'm pleased to welcome the Honorable Marianne Gaston, who is judge for the California Superior Court and an advocate for civics education throughout San Diego County. Judge Gaston will read a proclamation in support of the K-12 civic learning in the Vista Unified School District, and then we will hear from district teachers, including Linda Rusk from Rancho Minerva, Elsie Aguirre-Simpson from Rancho Buena Vista, Lori Kanai, I'm not sure how to say that exactly, from Mission Vista, and Lance Burrow from Vista High School, who will share how civics learning is an important part of the social science curriculum in each of their schools.
Well, thank you for having me here tonight. I am here as a representative of the San Diego Superior Court. I'm also here as a member of the San Diego Civics Learning Partnership. The partnership is a group of educators, business leaders, judges, and lawyers who care deeply about civics learning. We are so grateful to all of you at the leadership level for all of your support of civics learning, and we are inspired by the incredible energy and enthusiasm by your social studies teachers who are doing the hard work in the trenches. We fully understand, as the founders of this country understood, that an informed, engaged citizenry is the underpinning of our liberty. Everything that our esteemed substitute teacher fought so hard for in the Marine Corps is not something that we can ever take for granted. We know that democracy is not guaranteed and must be affirmed and renewed by every generation, and that's the generation in the back, right? So thank you for everything that you're doing with civics learning. I have been invited to read the proclamation, so without further ado, whereas it is the goal of the Vista Unified School District to prepare all of our students for college, career, and civic life. Whereas schools are a critical place for students to develop the civic knowledge, skills, and values needed to effectively participate in our democracy. Research demonstrates that 6 core activities, known as the 6 proven practices in civic learning, directly improve the quality and effectiveness of civic learning in our schools. Many of these practices are already being implemented in our classrooms and include classroom instruction in government, history, law, and democracy, discussion of current events, service learning, extracurricular and co-curricular activities, student voice in school governance, and simulation of the democratic processes. Whereas the success of our nation and our state depends on the health of our democracy, schools are called upon to prepare students for a lifetime of knowledgeable, engaged, and active citizenship. And this is particularly true for California, as it currently ranks 38th of 50 states in civic engagement. Whereas the education system has a major role in ensuring students have equitable access to learning how to participate in our democracy. Research has shown that lower income, African American, Hispanic, and rural students score lower on tests of civic knowledge than their more privileged counterparts who are exposed to civic learning, not only in school, but from their families and communities. The LCAP recognizes the necessity of investing in the reduction and ultimate removal of inequitable outcomes. Revitalizing civic learning opportunities in an equitable manner can contribute to meeting those goals. Whereas we have much to gain by revitalizing civic learning. In addition to the chief benefits of a vibrant and informed civic life and democracy, high-quality civic learning also helps teach children the skills that they need for the 21st century workplace that we were just hearing about, such as critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, initiative, and innovation. In addition, it can improve school climate and safety, lower a school's dropout rate, and promote academic achievement, including the Common Core state standards. Whereas, there has never been a better or more crucial time to revitalize civic learning in our schools. Many resources are available to assist schools and teachers with revitalizing civic learning. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Education of the Vista Unified School District requests that the superintendent and staff work toward creating and implementing a plan for developing the civic literacy of all its students by encouraging our schools to continue to integrate the 6 proven practices into instructional practice and school life, and ensure that adequate time and resources are dedicated to this goal. Be it further proclaimed, the Vista Unified School District will encourage our schools to apply for the annual Civic Learning Award as a means of sharing their ideas, instructional practices, and resources for strengthening civic learning statewide. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of Education of the Vista Unified School District will lead by example on what good participatory citizenship looks like by actively reaching out to our constituents, including students, carefully considering the needs and wishes of parents and students, thoroughly deliberating issues that come before us, working collaboratively, and appropriately delegating and supporting the superintendent of schools in carrying out the vision of the district so that the students' interests are best served. Thank you.
Hi, I am Linda Rust, and I am speaking to you tonight as a current 8th grade United States history teacher. I take my language arts hat off, and I put on my history hat tonight at Rancho Minerva Middle School. And I wanted to tell you about, on the morning of Friday, March 9th of this year, myself, my teaching partner, Mrs. Laura Whitehouse, our past AmeriCorps mentor, Mr. Donovan Durney, and our current district history social science resource teacher, Tess Kim, who's also here tonight, chaperoned over 40 of our school's 8th grade students on a field trip to the North Division of San Diego County's California Superior Courthouse here in Vista. And we participated in what they call their annual Youth in Court event. Tess has provided you, I believe, with some photographs. I think she passed those out that you can take a look at. She took these photographs while we were at the courthouse. And sometimes a picture tells 1,000 words. In the weeks prior to our field trip, Christina Torres from the courthouse provided us with contact information of several local attorneys. 2 of these attorneys came to our school and worked with a small group of students on preparing and presenting a mock trial as part of the court, part of the Youth in Court event. We were provided with a no-cost courtroom simulation for middle school students' curriculum, which I also passed out for you to take a look at. I couldn't help but notice that this curriculum was created by 2 of my teaching colleagues from the Vista Unified School District, Maureen McDonald, who is a wonderful colleague of mine, and Laura Smith, who is now a principal. They were the ones that developed this, so it was kind of fun to, be a part of it after all these years. Students were assigned roles in the simulation to work on and study in class prior to our visit to the courthouse. On the day of the field trip, a school bus took us over to the courthouse where we entered the jury room and heard our instructions for the morning and headed up to our assigned courtroom. Students participated as prosecutors, defense attorneys, defendants, witnesses, and jury members in a mock trial involving a physical confrontation amongst a group of middle school students. So it was kind of a real world kind of situation. Students were asked to write letters afterwards to the two attorneys who helped us prepare for the trial. In the letters, students responded with how much they learned about the seriousness of being involved in a trial and the courthouse environment itself. Being involved in the proceedings of a trial was a very different experience for our students as opposed to other experiences they have had in the past. Participating in our judicial system gave our students at the middle school a small window into how our court system works and allowed them to see our Constitution and the Bill of Rights in action. So it was a wonderful opportunity, and I'm really glad that I got to share it with you tonight. So thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Kimball. My name is Lori Kanya, and I am the Social Studies Department Chair at Mission Vista High School. In addition to the curriculum of our core classes, Mission Vista's Student Senate allows each student an opportunity to directly participate in the democratic process. This representative student body's role in the transparency of decision-making further reinforces the principles of our democracy. In addition, at Mission Vista, we offer elective courses that provide a more targeted look at the civic process and the role of law in our society, such as the social political history of rock and roll and criminology and street law. Lastly, at Mission Vista High School, we have several civic-minded student clubs, such as the Asian Pacific Student Union, GSA, MECHA, Key Club, Interact Club, Young Democrats, and Young Americans for Freedom, that provide additional opportunities for student civic engagement in the community. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Elsie Gary Simpson. I'm the Department Chair for Social Studies at Rancho Buena Vista High School. Rancho Buena Vista has actually had community participation, as we call it, or civic learning, in a formalized manner since about 2002-2003. All seniors are required to complete 12 hours or a big project that takes at least that much time. That means that, if we had even 500 seniors at 12, I mean, that just adds up to over 6,000 hours for our seniors just in civic learning. That doesn't include the community service that our 10th graders are required to complete. I am happy to announce here that Rancho Buena Vista did apply for the civic learning project by the state of California, and we were awarded a certificate of merit for civic learning for fulfilling the 6 practices of civic learning. So we were really happy to receive that information in late February. We also have a public policy club that had a candidates forum for the community that some of you may have attended and participated. We have Amnesty International, so our kids are thinking global, and a big letter writing campaign for human rights. Last but not least is our students who have created change. You know the Cane's chicken place? That drive-through was not going to happen, but it took a couple of our students who really spoke up about it. And they went from the planning commission meeting that they attended to the city council. I mean, the marketing department at Cane's, I think he has free Cane's for life or something. But bottom line, our students attend school board meetings, city council meetings, think tanks, and I just want to recognize these students that after a long day at school come here. And as always, we thank you for your support in our efforts.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Kimball. My name is Lance Perro. I represent Vista High School, and boy, hearing about all the great things that are going on at our sister high schools just causes me to feel so great about what's happening in the district. And as a representative of Vista High School, I know that we as well are so involved civically, from our character leaders who from local to state to international projects support the community in so many ways. Our Air Force Junior ROTC taking part in ceremonies in San Bernardino and elsewhere around the state. Our sports with our girls basketball team, who annually support and help with a basketball camp on an annual basis. Our photo club and our photo groups on campus, working with the Chamber of Commerce here in Vista to support all the great things that are going on in our cities. So I'm so proud to be part of all the great civic engagement that's going on both at my school and being part of such a wonderful group of colleagues in a wonderful district. So thank you very much.
So, stick around because we always do pictures. Not only do we have this fabulous. Yes, that too. So we just shake hands and then we'll regroup for a photo. How about that?
I was ready to walk off.
Can I be in the back here? I'm tall.
All right, awesome. Foundation. And then you guys want a photo? We do. Photo bomb. Come on. Next year. Yeah, they're part of it. There you go. There you go. You're just skating on this. Go in the back. You guys are short. I don't know. Yeah, I can see her. I can see her. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a break so the students can collect your... Oh, wait a minute, stop, freeze.
This is part of the break. This is part of the break. The students really want to hear this. My stamp of my signature is on those, so just tell your teacher that you have the president of the Teachers Association's stamp if they ask what the name is. You have to put the date on it yourself. H through O, if you look over here, Mrs. Martin is out there. She's going to go out that door. Mr. Emus, A through G is going out that door. And I'm up here with the pizza. I mean the P through Z. So.
Thank you, guys. 5 minutes.
Gabby Ramirez. Woohoo! How was that perfect? Edgar Roble.
Everyone's next.
Ian Tully.
Thank you. All right.
I brought my marshmallow shooter. Do I look familiar? Yeah.
Gordon.
Hi, ladies.
Take a second. Jan.
Where did the arts go?
Yes. They went to buy the biggest. And they need 2 parents tomorrow. Yeah. In the morning.
Okay. So you have 2 stands over here. Nathan Flores, Jordan St. John, and notice that we have
And I can see the
and you need a signature?
Yeah, I missed the whole thing. I walked in and we're all done. Like the round table. It's like, did you go to? Yes. Yeah. I got a new phone. I can't figure out how it to work yet, but for you, it might ring. It's not that. No way. No me. I got cheat on Android. It's not cute emojis now and everything.
Hi. How are you?
You can tell how excited I was. So, ready?
For what?
Watch you guys.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome, yeah. Julie's ready.
You cue me and they'll go up. Okay?
Julie's ready.
Oh wait,
Yeah, you're on. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
It's on. Yeah.
She's ready to go. Julie's ready to go.
Say hi.
She's got her smart girl glasses on.
I know.
She's
She
like,
looks so formal.
she's tight. She does. She looks like a
I
lawyer.
had dinner with her. I'm like,
Yeah, she looks like a lawyer. She totally does.
we always hang with the cool kids.
This is the cool side. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. We can be prepped, so she's ready to go. It's gonna be fun.
I did have you. I did have you. I know, I got a new phone too, so here's our new phone thing. Except I'm hoping everything's turned down. I'm hoping everything's turned down. Because on my old phone you just hit this key thing and turn off all the noise. It's like an 8 or something. The phone company said if you're just going to pay for phones, that's fine. And then come back and fix it. So I did. I gave us a little bit of all that for it. Yeah, because I was looking around and so if I just want to buy it, is this the price? Than what they would be if you like buy it in installations or whatever. I'm like, no. I didn't know that. So he said you're not going to just buy it, just go to Best Buy. So that's why I did. It's like, I don't, except all my contacts are here. I started going through today because some of them must have been stored in a phone and not on my Google account. I have to get my whole phone out, plug it in, and look for my phone. No, they did the transfer thing, and if your contact must be in just that phone. Maybe it's because I've had you there for so long. It has sloth stickers. I could add sloth, banana.
Every side of the box. Every day. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, they were in the show with us last year.
I just got one, and I'm just like, there's days where I'm like, it opens tomorrow. Yeah, it opens tomorrow. We've got 2 shows tomorrow, 2 shows on Saturday. Next week there's a show I think on Thursday, which is just for students, I believe, and then I think there's 2 shows next Friday. So it's looking pretty good. You know, I've been very good with not like watching it. I'm there to help, but everything else are public comments.
I took a handful of this already. Can I put the empty bottle in here just to kind of tidy up? We have plenty more space. Yeah. Do you want another one? I have some
Larissa? Okay, before we start our comments this evening, when you come up, we start the buzzer and you have 3 minutes to speak. And if you're not finished at the end of the 3 minutes, we'll ask you to finish the sentence, and then you can always send us an email or a copy of the rest of what you needed to say, so we don't have to stop you in the middle of it. And all right, thanks for doing that for me. Okay, Larissa, I'm not. L-E-G-O. Okay, thank you.
I just had a question for you guys. So I've been reading a lot in a lot of news articles that you guys are cutting a lot of funding from our education, including high schools such as Alta Vista. I heard they were almost on the list to be shut down. And I heard they're also no longer on that list, thank goodness. But someone also stated that that doesn't make them safe at all either. That doesn't grant them protection. So if education is so important to everyone and important to benefit our society, benefit the youth, our future, why is it always on the top of the list when it comes to budget cuts? If it's so important and so crucial for the youth to base their future off the education they get at a young age, why do you keep taking that away from them? Why do you keep taking away all their opportunities, performing arts? That's always the first to go. You know, a lot of corporations are looking for creativity nowadays when it comes to hiring younger employees. They want that creativity and you're taking that away from them. Why is that okay? Why is that even an option? And that's basically it, you know? Creativity is the main thing nowadays. You know, people keep remaking stuff. We don't want that anymore. We need to grow from what we have now. And by you depriving students of performing arts, extra electives, you know, extracurricular activities before and after school, yet you keep cutting those out of the budget. I don't know, it's just really infuriating that you deprive students of that, yet you make it seem so important. I don't know, just hearing about all of these budget cuts, it's very disappointing because you're supposed to be helping students. You're supposed to be helping them prepare for their future, and all you're doing is taking that away from them.
Thank you,
While she's coming up, I just want to explain that the way this works is that we as a board are not, because of the way that we post and talk about agenda items and post them in advance, we cannot engage in dialogue with you. We can't have a conversation. So you may have a question. We can't actually go back and forth. We're not permitted to do that in this context, except in cases to clarify. So if you're feeling like, well, why aren't they answering me? That's kind of the way this works, and we're sorry, but it's the way it works. So we can talk to you separately if you want a conversation, but please, I hope you're comfortable with that. In either case, that's how I'll have it conducted.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Yeah? Okay, good evening, board members, Dr. Kimball, and members of the community. My name is Vivian Boring. I'm the Family Community Liaison over at, I'm just going to do this, over at Madison Middle School. First of all, I apologize. I don't usually go to yoga pants to work, but I'm a Girls on the Run coach. And we were done today at 5 o'clock, so I rushed over here and I didn't have a chance to change. Like I said, I am the Family Community Liaison over at Madison. This is my 4th year. And the Family Community Liaison Network has been pretty new. I believe I came in when it was only the 2nd year. Dr. Doyle can correct me. And Kiki, who's over there, I asked her when I first got the position, I said, what do you want me to do? Family and community is huge. It's a very broad term, and she said, follow your passion. And so I have 2 passions, community and fitness. And I am part of the Garden Club. I am a volunteer as a Girls on the Run coach. I organize the MLK Day of Service for Madison and our kids, as well as I'm part of the Wellness Council. I have all kinds of things that I do in the community. Follow me on Twitter at Madison Liaison if you want to know more. The reason I'm saying this is because that is my passion, community. 2 years ago, Kiki presented me with an opportunity to do a conference in Los Angeles for Migrant Ed. And we collaborated with the presentation, and I presented at LA. And I got a 5 out of 5 from the parents. And again, I got this opportunity again. This time it's in New Orleans to present on parent engagement, which is my passion and what we do. I presented this to Dr. Stites and Linda Guerrero, and unfortunately they said that it is out of state, and it cannot be approved because it's an out of state thing and budgets and everything, and I get it, I'm on the committee. So I am here today asking the board for support to go to this conference, to represent Vista, who, as you know, is the leading district in family engagement, to Migrant Ed. I also put in a sample of my presentation. I apologize to the board members. I didn't translate it. It is in Spanish because it is for our migrant parents. So I basically want to take my passion and what I do here in Vista, and I want to take it to the national level to this Migrant Ed conference, and I'm asking for your help. I was normally going to do this myself, but my condo is getting renovated, and as you guys know, when that happens, things come up, and I'm in the wrong profession because, man, let me tell you, plumbers. Anybody here a plumber? I need one. So anyway, my funding has changed, so I'm asking the board for support to be able to go to this conference. So I appreciate, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deandra Jones. I think I said that wrong, didn't I? You can tell me how I should have said that, okay?
You got this, buddy.
On behalf of my son, Dr. Porter lied to me. He said I should be 100% safe. I wasn't. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is DeAndre Jones. I am in 3rd grade. 3 weeks ago, I transferred to Lake from Mission Meadows Elementary School, where I had attended since I was a 1st grader. When I attended Mission Meadows, I was constantly bullied. I got teased about my hair, called fat, blackie, and nigger. That was their favorite one. They called me nigger so much I thought it was my name. The staff told them to stop name calling, but they didn't. Yet I oftentimes found myself in trouble when I defended myself. The staff told me to let them handle it, but why would I do that when clearly they were not able to stop it from happening? I could not trust them to keep me safe, so I kept myself safe, and I got in trouble for doing the job that they were not doing themselves. For 3 weeks, I was in and out of doctor offices. I had nightly fevers. I was angry and sad all the time. A psychiatrist diagnosed me with school-related trauma, anxiety, and borderline depression. I now see a psychologist for talk therapy to help me work through this trauma. But what of the others? There should be consequences for bad behavior. We should be able to trust that our staff, our teachers, our principals are holding everyone accountable to their choices and actions. And when they do not do their job, there should be consequences. I should not have to leave my school towards the end of a school year because they did not do their job. I chose to speak to you today to say that what has happened to me and my other friends is not okay. I had to leave my school because I could not learn in a safe environment. I had to leave my school because the adults were not following through with any consequences. And I had to leave my school so that I could enjoy learning again. When Dr. Porter said he would keep me and the other students 100% safe, he lied. He did not do his job. I hope that you will do yours. Thank you for your attention to my concern. And my son wrote that himself.
Jessica Garcia.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Jessica Garcia. I am currently majoring in political science, and I am a part of Mira Costa College's 2018-2019 cohort. Last Friday, April 5th, we had the privilege to serve Hanalei Elementary 5th graders and their mothers by hosting them at our campus for a college visit. It is important for Puente students to serve as role models and give back to our community by promoting higher education and literacy. The elements that I found most significant in this partnership were informing parents of financial aid, sharing information on student resources held on campus, and most importantly, reminding them that all students belong on college campuses. Puente would like to thank Hanalei Elementary, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parent Engagement, Trustee Vargas and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Mira Costa College Puente looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified. Thank you.
Jonathan Hernandez.
So hello, my name is Jonathan Oscar Hernandez, and I'm currently majoring in aviation. And I am a part of Mira Costa College 2018 through 2019 cohort. Last Friday, April 15, we had the privilege to serve Hanalei Elementary and their mothers by hosting at our campus for a college visit. It is important for Puente students to serve as role models and give back to their community by promoting higher education and literacy. The elements that I found significant in this partnership were that every single student that participated was able to leave with a vision of their future in their college. Something else I found important was that their parents were able to obtain more information so they could help the next generation of children for the upcoming. And Puente would like to thank Hanalei Elementary, our partner, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parent Engagement, Trustee Vargas, and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Mayor Costa Puente looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified.
Maria Garcia.
Hello, my name is Maria Garcia. I am currently majoring in sociology, and I am part of Maricosta College's 2018-2019 cohort. Last Friday, April 5th, we had the privilege to serve Hanalei Elementary 5th graders and their mothers by hosting them at our campus for a college visit. It is important for Puente students to serve as the role models and give back to their communities by promoting higher education and literacy. 3 elements that I found most significant in this partnership were giving their parents campus tours and helping them understand the complexity of higher education, informing the students about financial help and scholarships. Puente would like to thank Hanalei Elementary, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parent Engagement, Trustee Vargas, and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Maricosta Puente looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified. Thank you.
Jasmine Rojas.
Hola, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Judith Rojas Carvajal, and I'm currently majoring in nursing, and I am part of the Maricosta College 2018-2019 cohort, and as well, I am a graduate from Murray High School. Last Friday, April 5th, we had the privilege to serve Hanalei Elementary 5th graders and their mothers by hosting them at our campus for a college visit. It is important for Puente students to serve as role models and give back to their communities by promoting higher education, literacy. The elements that I found most significant in this partnership were the enrichment between student-on-student interactions on different academic levels, and giving the students opportunity to explore new spaces. Puente would like to thank Hanalei Elementary, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parent Engagement, Trustee Vargas, and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Maricosta College Puente looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified. Thank you.
Sochi.
Hi, my name is Sochi Larango. I am currently majoring in child development, and I am part of Maricosta College's Puente's 2018-2019 cohort. Last Friday, April 5th, we had the privilege to serve Hanalei Elementary 5th graders and their mothers by hosting them at our campus for a college visit. It is important for Puente students to serve as role models and give back to our communities by promoting higher education and literacy. The elements that I found most significant in the partnership were informing the students of the resources available, that all students belong on college campuses, and showing how to create a community in their campus. Puente would like to thank Hanalei Elementary, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parents Engagement, Trustee Vargas, and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Maricosta College looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified. And unfortunately, all our volunteers were unable to attend tonight because they are at a university excursion in Northern California. Thank you.
Andrea Belamontes, or Andrea, or Andrea.
Andrea, it's fine. My name is Andrea. I am currently majoring in nursing, and I am a part of Maricosta College's 2018-2019 cohort. As a Vista Unified graduate, I feel the project we are working on is important because it gives the younger generation a quick look of what their future may hold. Puente would like to thank Hannah Lane Elementary, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parent Engagement, Trustee Vargas and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Maricosta College Puente looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified. Thank you.
Victor Navarrete.
Just need to turn it towards you a little bit.
Like, what you mean, like this?
Yeah, just maybe take it out and just hold it.
Okay. Alright, now take it.
There we go.
Sweet. Alright, hello. My name is Victor Navarrete. I am majoring in sociology with an emphasis on education, and like my fellow Puentistas, I am also in the 2019 and 2018 cohort as well. Last Friday, April 5th, we had the privilege to serve elementary 5th graders and their mothers by hosting them at our campus for a college visit. It is important for Puente students to serve as role models and give back to their communities by promoting higher education and literacy. Some elements that I was able to observe in observation of this significant in the partnership we have is engaging in with the children and seeing their curiosity when it comes down to their education. La mamás, la papás, learning the route and potential their children have when it comes down to education, and most importantly, just giving back to the community. Puente would like to thank Hanaleo Elementary, our official partner, Ms. Kiki Bispo, Director of Parent Engagement, Trustee Vargas and Trustee Alvarado, who are both Puente mentors. Maricosta College, Puente looks forward to continuing our partnership with Vista Unified. Thank you.
John Lazaroff.
Presentation going on. My name is John Botterill. My wife and I formed an organization called Clean Earth for Kids. And there's over 2.2 billion children in the world, and that's over 2.2 billion reasons why it's important to stop idling. So what is idling? So idling is leaving your engine running when the car is parked. The average person idles 16 minutes every day. School zones and parking lots are full of idling cars. Next slide. Thank you. And I see this every day, every place I go. People sit in their cars. It's not hot, it's not cold. They sit in their cars with the engine running on their smartphones. And they're unaware that while they're sitting there, there's a great amount of air pollution being put into the air from their car. Thank you. So carbon monoxide is one of them. Carbon monoxide is an incredibly toxic gas. It prevents the body from absorbing oxygen. And 1 minute of idling produces more carbon monoxide than 3 packs of cigarettes. You've also got sulfur dioxide, VOCs, formaldehyde, benzene, particulate matter, all coming from car exhaust. You've also got carbon dioxide that comes from car exhaust, which is a greenhouse gas, and it contributes to climate change. In the city of Vista, 57% of greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. And if you just do the math of 16 minutes a day, idling in the city of Vista accounts for almost 90,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide every year. Next slide, please. So that all happens because we all just sit in our cars and we idle. Air pollution is incredibly dangerous and incredibly deadly to children's health. So the World Health Organization shows that air pollution causes 7 million deaths a year. The 2019 State of the Air report shows that air pollution shortens children's lives by almost 20 months. And air pollution globally is responsible for more deaths than alcohol, drugs, and malnutrition. Next slide, please. So over 4 million children develop asthma every year because they breathe polluted air. Asthma is the most common chronic illness in children and the cause of most school absences. The U.S. ranks 3rd worst in the world for children exposed to trafficking. So the important thing is, if you're not driving, turn off your car, and don't turn on your car until you're ready to start driving, because every child should be able to breathe clean air. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Hume.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Hume,
and I'm a teacher. And I also, John and I started Clean Earth for Kids. Hi. Hi, everybody. And so it's a nonprofit. And so you can see our mission statement up here. So to protect children's health, clean air, clean water, and non-toxic lands through education. So we have a lot of great things that we offer, STEM activities, STEAM activities, everything for free. Anybody can modify anything we have, change it, use it, please do. So again, I said we're a nonprofit, and we're looking for students and anyone who wants to help us, volunteers and unpaid interns, to create materials, education materials, and also do things in tech, organizing, all of this, because we want every city in the nation to be able to use the materials that we have and keep children safe. We currently have 25 projects going on. We're very excited. We plant trees in memorial of students who have passed, things like that. So very important things. So our next slide. So we have free resources. So important for the school board, we have sample policies and procedures. We have sample letters to parents and delivery drivers and pledge forms to help people remember to turn the key and be idle free. So we would love to partner with you guys. All right, so on the next slide. All right, so we have contests. So you can create your own or join with us. Students compete with other schools throughout the nation. And so one contest that's very important and is, I'm really excited this is going forward, I think in Carlsbad, Oceanside, the cities have formally, well, I guess Oceanside will be in 2 weeks, formally announced that their cities are going to do no idling resolutions. And so we're really going to do a huge push for educational materials. We want you to join us. We're applying for grants, huge ones. EPA, Patagonia, big ones. We want mobile STEM cards everywhere and kids having opportunities to be involved. So the next, oh, here we go, how to protect children's health. So we're asking today if the school board would please pass a no idling resolution, put it on the agenda, that people in the audience, everyone would remember to please turn the key and be idle free to protect children's health. And I so look forward to working with all of you. So I just have to say about our sign contest. So metal signs are 15 bucks, super cheap. Well, we want kids' art to be on those signs. And so we are doing contests to do that. We're speaking with city council members everywhere. We have the green light in many cities. So it's easy to do and it's effective because it will be from kids. Woo, there I go. More to say. You can contact us at Clean Earth for Kids. And thank you so much.
Happiness.
Hi, board members, cabinet. Hi, everybody. I was at the Beaubier Open House today, and I called up my friend Todd to pull a hold card for me. And not everybody has their friend Todd to pull the hold card for them on important days like today where there's lots to talk about. So I did want to read just the last paragraph here of the Vista Unified School District Proclamation of Civics. It does say, be it further resolved that the Board of Education of the Vista Unified School District will lead by example. I don't know why I ran up here. Yeah. All right, district will lead by example on what good participatory citizenship looks like by actively reaching out to our constituents, including students, carefully considering the needs and the wishes of parents and students, and thoroughly deliberating issues that come before us, working collaboratively and appropriately delegating and supporting the superintendent of schools in carrying out the vision of the district so that the students' interests are best served. And so I'm suggesting that we are able to pull hold cards before the item, not before the meeting starts. So if I would like to speak on item 27A, I don't have to be here at 5:45 to pull a hold card. That will allow a lot better conversations, and it will allow people who can put their kids to bed, or they can find a sitter, and they don't have to be here for 6 or 7 hours in time to talk. Also, the open houses were wonderful, and those schools are doing great things, and they're going to be even better when those buildings get updated. So if you could push some of those funds to your older schools, that'd be really nice. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to open up a public hearing right now to present the sunshine proposals for negotiations. Would anybody like to speak? You guys are public. Anybody? This you did not have to pull a card for. CSEA's negotiations. Seeing nobody, we will close the public hearing.
Okay, somebody has a card, do they need to go up now?
For the public.
For the public hearing.
For 7A.
Okay, then 7B is to present the Vista Unified School District Sunshine Proposal for the Vista Teachers Association. If you would like to speak to that, please come to the microphone. Okay, and the last one is a okay.
You need to close that one.
Okay, we will close the public hearing on the Sunshine for VTA and the public hearing on admissions for preference, including in the Scientech. Oh, I have to read this. Sorry, you guys, it's long. We will now convene a public hearing on the admission preferences described in Scientech's renewal petition. And Code Section 47605D2B provides that if the number of students who wish to attend the charter school exceeds the charter school's capacity, I'm supposed to read all this, attendance except for existing pupils of the charter school shall be determined by a public random drawing. Preferences shall be extended to pupils currently attending the charter schools and pupils who reside in this district.
You're doing great, Debbie.
Okay. Preferences including but not limited to siblings of pupils admitted or attending the charter school and children of the charter school's teachers, staff, and founders identified in the initial charter may also be permitted by the chartering authority or an individual charter school basis. Priority order for a preference shall be determined in the charter petition in accordance with all of the following. Each type of preference shall be approved by the chartering authority at a public hearing. 2, preferences shall be consistent with federal law, the California Constitution, and Section 200 of the Ed Code. 3, preferences shall not result in limiting enrollment, access for pupils with disabilities, academically low achieving pupils, English learners, neglected or delinquent pupils, homeless pupils, or pupils who are economically disadvantaged, as determined by eligibility for any free or reduced price meal program, foster youth, or pupils based on nationality, race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. Would anybody like to come up to the microphone and speak?
I was trying to listen to all of the priorities, and I know that in Vista Unified, our priority list for our magnet schools when we have lotteries includes a priority for homeless youth, as well as military youth, as well as foster youth, as well as some other priorities. And I guess I wasn't listening that carefully, but I would like to ensure that any sort of lottery process does give priority to those students as well. Thank you.
Got you. Anybody else? Okay, we will close the public hearing. Okay, so now we go down to reports from school-related organizations. VTA?
I don't know why I'm running up that here. I'm all out of breath. Run! Thank you, Pat.
Join Vivian's running to you.
Okay, there we go. We're at the Strawberry Festival, so let's put in a bit for the Strawberry Festival. We're running. Before I go into the speech tonight, good evening, everybody. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for altering the schedule so the students could get out in a timely fashion. That was appreciated. I also want to give a hats off. Linda Rust is gone, but she mentioned Marie McDonald. I think Laura's still in the house. That legal field trip that she mentioned. My son went on that trip with Marie McDonald, and it was one of the highlights of his middle school experience. So hats off to them. It was a wonderful program, and if it's still going on, that is absolutely awesome. The other thing I need to do before I get going and forget. Oops, and I left my flyer. Kiki has flyers at the back of the room about, I don't remember. Early childhood education. So if you want one, if you want to hear about it, Kiki's got a whole bunch of flyers at the back of the room. Pat's kind of walking around. It's my Vanna White right now. Run it. He's a great vice president, by the way. Sorry. So Kiki's got flyers for the early childhood education stuff. Okay. Now to it. So I came tonight with basically three things I want to kind of focus on besides what I already spent time on. And I'm going to kind of put them out there as the three, and then I'll get to them. And the first is safety, the second is special education, and the third is collaboration. One of the things I believe strongly in is that if things are at issue, we have to acknowledge that there are issues, or we will not have the courage to discuss and try to solve any kind of problems. We have to acknowledge that things are not working perfectly if we are going to try to make any progress in making things better. As a representative of the Vista Teachers Association, speaking for my people, there is a lot of anxiety out there right now about safety in a whole bunch of shapes and forms, from worrying about school buildings and facilities to, and I hate to say this because I'm not saying it happens, but active shooter type fears that we have in the whole world that we live in right now, to just the day-to-day grind of fears on a campus. There have been a number of issues this year that have hit home with some of my people. I have no answers for you. I'm not asking for an answer right now. What I'm asking for is continued and ongoing dialogue to discuss together and collaborate on how we can get to places where our people feel safe. And by our people, I mean everybody. Our classified, our Vista teachers, our students, our administrators. We're going to all do better if we feel safe and secure in the environment we're in. Connected but not directly related to that is our special education situation. I hope you will take a long, hard look at the number of special education teachers that are leaving our district. I'm judging basically on the number of hires I see for the special ed positions and the postings for special ed teachers. With the turnover that implies to me, there's something going on that we should be discussing. And again, I'm not coming to you with answers. I'm not asking you for answers. I'm asking for dialogue, discussions. How can we collaboratively work together to address issues? Which is my third point, is the collaboration. If we are not working together as administration, employees, and school board, we are not going to be as functional as we could be if the three of us as groups can work together collaboratively for a better Vista Unified School District. Thank you.
KCSEA.
I'm not running. I'm not running.
Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you to the board and to staff, administration, superintendent for acknowledging us for our Classified School Employee Week. We're very happy that you did that. I'd like to get a copy of the proclamation. We have a chapter meeting in 2 weeks. I'd like to share. That would be great. I have a concern tonight, and it has to do with members that have approached me, and as you know, I represent over 1,100 people. And it seems that we've got a little bit of an issue when it comes to how our principals, they don't seem to be able to run their schools. with the way they should. There's some particular instances that we've had that staff have gone to principals and made notations that there's some issues with support. Okay, well, we all do. We all have issues with support. But then we go and we're supposed to hash that out. Well, okay, we hash that out, and then people say, well, that's not the answer what I wanted, so they come to you. And then I feel that there's probably a little bit of an influence in that area. And I would just like to say that I think we need to allow our principals, who are educated people, and most of them do a very good job at their schools. They should be able to run their schools and be able to direct their staff and their support the way they should. And I know you folks have other decisions to make. Yes, you do visit schools, and you are allowed to do these things to see what's going on in schools and how things are going day to day. But I think when it comes to the labor issues, I think it needs to be done. We have a protocol, we have policy. Let's use those effectively as far as our classified staff. I think that's fair. That's my only concern. I'm very happy, things are well, and I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Oh, DLAC.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Yolanda Mezquite, presidenta de DILAC, y estoy aquí para compartir un informe de DILAC.
Good evening, my name is Yolanda Mezquite. I'm the DLAC president, and I'm here to share the DLAC report.
DILAC tuvo su junta oficial el lunes 18 de marzo. Realizamos dos de nuestras tareas.
DLAC had an official meeting on Monday, March 18th, and we worked on two of our tasks.
Tarea número 7, el doctor Doyle repasó el progreso de los objetivos y retroalimentación de las acciones y servicios del Plan de Control Local y Rendición de Cuentas LCAP, y fue su segunda presentación.
Task number 7, Dr. Doyle reviewed the progress on the objectives and feedback of the actions and services of the LCAP. It was his second presentation.
Tarea número 2, algunas escuelas dieron su reporte acerca de las necesidades escolares.
Task number 2, some schools gave their report regarding the school's needs.
La mesa directiva de DILAC respetuosamente le solicita a la mesa directiva del distrito
The DLAC board respectfully requests to the school district board
más apoyo para los estudiantes aprendices del inglés recién llegados, un maestro particular a los estudiantes que estén a punto de reclasificar,
more support for the newly arrived ELD students, a private teacher, and also for the students who are about to be redesignated.
mantener nuestros enlaces comunitarios de tiempo completo en cada escuela,
to keep full-time community liaisons at every school site.
y nuestra próxima junta de DILAC será el lunes 29 de abril a las 6 de la tarde en el Centro de Aprendices del Inglés.
Our next DLAC meeting will be on Monday, April 29th at 6 o'clock at the ELC Center.
Muchas gracias y que tengan una feliz noche.
Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Okay, so board, fellow board members, I'm going to make a suggestion because we have quite a few students here from General Murray, and I'm going to recommend or ask you guys if you would be okay moving General Murray, the continuation 10B before 10A. You guys okay? Okay, so we have some whole parts. We have a stack of whole parts. Okay. Okay, Justin Zarita. You have your 3 minutes, so when it beeps, we're gonna really make it stop. Like, go ahead.
Well, hello, my name is Justin Zarita. I'm a graduate from Major General Murray 2018. I'm honestly just going to tell you that, thanks man. I'm honestly just going to tell you my experience at Murray. I didn't expect it to actually what it was. I didn't expect teachers to get involved with my life. Like, I would used to go to Rancho, right? And I didn't really talk to them. I didn't want to talk to them. I was pretty antisocial. And then when it was during my junior year, when they were like, hey, you're going to go to Murray, so I was like a bit scared. I thought it was going to be like a little boot camp, right? And going there, I just felt welcome. The teachers, they all made me feel as if I was one of them, but they were still my teachers. I would still respect them as who they were. And Murray just gave me an opportunity, not just for me, but for my mom. She participates at school. I don't go there anymore, but I still visit every now and then. And my mom goes Fridays, Wednesdays, you know, she just participates the crap out of that school. And I really respect her for it. I love that she bonded with the teachers, and it helped me graduate. Coach over there, he's like our protector. And can just go up to him and, you know, spill their heart out to whatever they have. There's no counselors over there. I mean, there are, but they could also go to any of the teachers, any of the staff members over there. Mr. Noonan, who would stay after school, and just Miss Gordon as well. We just stay after school every day so I can do E2020 on a little laptop. And I just really appreciate that coming from them. And I love that school. Thank you.
Mariella and Christina.
I'm currently a junior at Murray. I ended up at Murray because I was a year behind in my credits. My counselor suggested I transfer to Murray, and at first I didn't know what to expect. When I got to Murray, I realized that the teachers really care about your success in education. When I arrived at Murray, Miss Barr set me up in the classes and showed me around. One of the classes I had was Miss Cano's business course, and in that class, I earned a lot of elective credits. Without that class being available, I don't think I would have been able to earn my credits in time. Ms. Cano really cares about her students and always makes sure you're understanding the topic and getting the help you need. I heard that Ms. Cano's position has been cut. There aren't many elective opportunities at our school. We only have PE and art, so the business class not only provides elective credits but offers real-world techniques and skills. Removing this class would be a detriment to all students. With all the help I've gotten at Murray, I'm now going to be able to graduate. And retire early, which I never thought would be possible. If you make these budget cuts, you wouldn't be taking the students into consideration. Kids like me would continue to fall through the cracks.
Hi, and good evening. My name is Mariella, and I am a senior at Murray High School. When I first ended up at Murray, I was in a very bad place. I was behind on credits and thought I wouldn't succeed in school. I felt lost and wasn't receiving the help I needed at my old school. I found out about Murray. When I first enrolled at Murray, Ms. Barr opened my eyes and made me see I had a second chance. She told me I had opportunities to stay after school and earn extra credits. My first day at Murray was the best. Every teacher I had was very hopeful. I felt very welcome and safe. For once, I actually felt like I belonged. Without Mrs. Barr, students would be lost with their academic goals. She and many teachers have gone out their way to help everyone in any possible way. Another benefit to the school is by having the intervention room, because students can go over there to work independently and quietly, to catch up on credits which sometimes you can't do in class. Without having that room, students don't have the opportunity to finish 1 or 2 credits on time. There's also Noonan that helps with what you need or whatever credits you need help on. I'm asking you tonight to take us students into consideration with making these decisions to cut any teachers or staff members that made an impact on mine and other students' lives. Thank you.
I'm Shiloh Strawbridge. It's so great to see the love from Murray here tonight. So hello, esteemed members of the board. Hello, superintendent. Thank you for listening. I respect each one of you for your own strengths, and I really respect our district. And I know you care about the kids. You really do. I appreciate that we're finally talking about equity as a district, talking about giving kids the resources they need. It's a conversation we need to have. But our actions speak louder than words, and the kids know that. Thankfully, we have many great programs to support our most vulnerable kids already, like General Murray and Alta Vista. They're awesome. But instead of acting to bolster these programs, we're now considering slashing programs for the very kids we say we want to help. It's one thing to clap, it's another thing to fund them. Already, the continuation schools don't even have their own principals, and now their admin, counselors, and teachers are being slashed. These cuts, that's not equity, guys. We need to watch where we're heading as a community and ask, what is our vision for our kids? Let's act from there. The board has said you want to do everything you can to support our continuation schools, and I really appreciate that. I really, really do. But laying off their staff and starving them of a full-time principal, that's not the way to do it. These schools should each have a dedicated, competent, experienced principal, adequate counselors, adequate staffing, and a student-to-teacher ratio that sets these kids up for success. The district needs to create a mechanism to get these vulnerable students from the comprehensive high schools to the continuation high schools when they need the support, not 2 years or even 3 years too late. Now that we know we have the bottleneck, we can solve it. That takes leadership, not cuts. Rich, I know you care deeply about the fiscal solvency of our district, and having great continuation schools with a robust pathway for the kids who need to get there, that will help. This is a district issue, it's a leadership issue, and we can solve it. Because right now, students who get an F at one of our comprehensives, they're directed to make up that class at a charter school over the summer. We're talking kids away from our own schools instead of giving them the support they need here in our own community. Meanwhile, the continuation schools have been getting better and better at serving our most at-risk students, homeless students, teen parents, kids who have endured trauma, kids who have needs that aren't being met at our comprehensive schools. Starving these schools of resources is the wrong choice for our kids, the wrong choice for our district, and I think you all know that. I think you all know that you're being asked to make choices out of fear of the budget instead of making choices in the best interests of our students. These kids need you. It takes leadership to steer the way for these students. You, as a school board, have to lead, and we're counting on you to do so. Thanks.
Kiana?
Hello everyone, my name is Kiana Morin. I came to Murray because I went through a really rough time with my family, and I would ditch class and never do my work, so then I became credit deficient. Ever since my first day, Mr. Noonan has me working on packets and making sure that I'm doing everything I need to graduate, and making sure I'm getting the most points possible with every packet I turn in. Ms. Barr is always right there when I walk in, telling me to have a good day with the biggest smile on her face, making me feel safe and welcome. One day I was having a really bad breakdown because my mom had kicked me out. She helped me calm down and told me it would be okay and that everything will work itself out. The school is my family and my home away from home. Have you ever played the game Jenga? If you take too many pieces out, it'll become unstable, right? And eventually it'll fall. Well, Murray is Jenga, and when you start taking their positions, then the school would be unstable and wouldn't be the same anymore. Please, they are the reason I come to school every day and have a smile on my face and am eager to learn and graduate despite everything going on in my life. Thank you.
Rosa Rivas. I am 18 years old, and I've been a Murray student for 2 years. Throughout my high school years, I've always been a quiet person and tend to be very shy. Being in Murray, I attended the Plus team and happened to meet Mr. Noonan. Which caused several influences throughout my last years of high school. Mr. Noonan offered me the position of becoming a Plus leader, which caused me to be more social and open towards society, including myself. Mr. Noonan helps every individual in many ways. You, Mr. Noonan, always worries if students are on track just to make sure they graduate. You are always making students feel welcome to your classroom to make sure they accomplish their assignments. You take the time to give every student packets to gain several credits. We appreciate your effort and dedication to put into our education. We appreciate your effort and dedication you put into our education. That's why we as Murray students ask you tonight not to eliminate this very important position. Many of us have succeeded and graduated because of this opportunity to work in his classroom quietly and with his assistance. It's an opportunity we did not have at any other school. Thank you.
Milagros.
My name is Milagros Altamirano. I graduated from Murray High School in 2014 with a 3.74 GPA. I currently work for DDH Enterprise as an accounts payable, and I have a diploma in criminal justice from UEI College. I am here tonight to show my support and speak on behalf of Murray High School. I was born in Mexico. I came to the United States when I was 7 years old, along with my 4 older brothers and my mom. We lived in a small 1-bedroom apartment. My mom worked night shifts and my dad worked during the day. They were working so hard to pay our bills and put food on our table. My parents did not make it to 5th grade, and it was extremely hard for them to explain our homework issues. I left Mexico after my 8th grade promotion due to a family emergency, and when I returned, I attended Rancho Buena Vista High School. I started falling behind my freshman year, and before I realized my first semester there, I had a 0.19 GPA. I tried to make up those credits, but it was so difficult. I got to the point where I just gave up and went to school simply because I had to. I felt misunderstood. Teachers at Rancho would just say stuff like, well, if you don't want to work, then get out of my class. Or you can go to Murray with the bad kids. I kind of understood in a way because class sizes were bigger there, and they had to deal with 25 or more students at a time. At the end of sophomore year, I met with the counselor and she proposed to attend Murray. She mentioned class sizes were smaller and could potentially be better for me. I was worried because of how people express themselves about Murray. They said only gang members and bad kids attended there. Boy, were they wrong. That was the best decision I have ever taken. Not only was the school safe, but every single one of the staff members showed that they truly cared about their students. I became a better version of myself and met wonderful people whom I became very close to. During my time there, I even joined the soccer team both years and volunteered in the Make-A-Wish Foundation. The first time I met Ms. Barr, she was a bit tough on me. She did not sugarcoat things, and she questioned me about my future goals and really got me thinking about stuff that had never crossed my mind before. Ultimately, she said she believed in me, and that meant so much to me because for some time I thought I was a lost cause. I am here tonight to share with each and every one of you that Murray High School is a great school with wonderful staff that puts students first and will push them to be successful. I ask you to take into consideration our speeches and do not make any cuts that could potentially put Murray High School at risk. The community needs this school for the students that are struggling with their academics. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful night.
Carlos will be next.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline. I graduated from Murray High School in 2014. I am currently a general manager at Subway and I'm a licensed cosmetologist. I'm here tonight because Murray High School needs my voice. I was born in the U.S. My parents were deported in 2012 and I stayed with family to continue my education. At one point, I dropped out of school and fell into depression and couldn't bring myself to go to school. Fortunately, I ended up returning to school, and that school was Murray. I was a year behind, and I believed I wasn't going to graduate at all. When I first came, I thought it was a school for bad kids. I felt like I wouldn't belong, and I felt ashamed. What I found was a family. Everyone cared about me and told me I could do it. It motivated me to stay after school and work harder. The graduation advisor, Ms. Barr, was my first contact with Murray. She set up my classes, called me in regularly to review my progress. She put pressure on me to keep going and allowed me to do after school E2020 to earn extra credits. While at Murray, I felt safe and comfortable, and most importantly, I belonged. I was given a second chance. I was treated fairly and with respect. When students come to Murray, we have all different problems and backgrounds. But Murray gives us the time and support we needed to help us deal with other students, with our situations, but at the same time, to help us focus on academics. I'm here tonight to ask you to take us into consideration. If you take away positions like Ms. Barr, where will we go? How will we possibly graduate and go on to have a successful life? I'm proud of who I am and what I've accomplished. I am proof of what Murray High School can produce if they have the right resources. Thank you.
Carlos, Harvey. And Saul Cisneros, you will be after Carlos.
Good evening, board members, everybody in the audience. I'm a Major General Murray High School alumni. I graduated in 2017. I'm currently a student at MiraCosta. My major is computer science. I just wanted to, relay my experiences with Murray and how it really drastically, probably almost literally saved my life. I was born in Oceanside as a Black minority, and I think that kind of says enough where I started. I failed every grade until I got to Murray. I mean, F's, like, a transcript ridiculous. And when I got to Murray, I walked in the office, I was mean mugging everybody. I didn't know kindness, I didn't know love, I didn't know nothing like that. I just wanted to fight. And Murray wasn't having that. They transformed me. They didn't give up on me like Rancho did. They were there for me the whole way. I played football there, played baseball there. I did their mock trial for 2 years. I tried to do the third, but they didn't let me. And I got my diploma, which I honestly never would have imagined I'd be saying that. Like, I'm in college right now, and that's probably doesn't mean much to you guys, but that's huge to me and my family. Like, for me being in college right now, that's ridiculous, and I owe it to the whole staff. They never gave up on me. After all the words I said to them, they took away my phone. They still loved me at the end of the day, and it was to the point where they wouldn't have it if I didn't graduate. They practically dragged me by my ear to get my diploma, and just for me to be where I am now, it is like a dream come true for me and my family. That I'm able to support the people I love now, and without them, I'd probably be in a cell or a casket. And it's just. I really got to thank, Scenaris, Henry, all of the whole staff. They're probably the best staff I've ever been in contact with, and don't cut the fun.
And then Cynthia Gomez, you'll be after Saul.
Hello everyone, my name is Saul Cisneros and I'm a Murray High School alumni. Before my 2 years of attending this wonderful school, I felt like I blended in with other students at other schools. I really felt like I was lacking attention from other teachers at Rancho, just because of the fact that the classes were too big. So I started to fail classes, so that got me talking to my counselor about moving and transferring to Murray, which was like a big step for me because students and teachers were belittling, like they would belittle Murray, and you know, that got me afraid about attending it because nobody really liked that school. You know, everybody would talk mad crap about it, and they would say that the juvenile kids would go there, the bad kids, you know. And honestly, like, I attended that school, best thing ever. Like CJ said, like, that really saved my life in a way where I can get my diploma, I made my family proud, and most importantly, the people that were there, I couldn't have done it without them. Like Mr. Noonan, he pushed me to my limits. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, he didn't stop. He would tell me to keep going, push through, and he got me to where I am now. I am currently not going to college, but I will in a year, hopefully, to study law enforcement. So yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, don't cut their positions. That's all I have to say. But you know, Miss Gordon, can't forget about her. Coach Henry, they're all a big family to me now. And like, I already graduated the school this year, but I feel like I've been going there more often than I would like in school, you know. And you know, I really gotta thank them for where I'm at right now. Please don't cut it.
Cynthia Gomez. And then Stacy.
So I'm not Cynthia. I'm taking her place. My name is Araya. I graduated from Murray last year. I'm kind of winging it because I didn't have any plan, but if it wasn't for Noonan and for Mr. Marta and Miss Barr, I would not have graduated. I never thought I would graduate. I was the first person in my family to graduate. And if it wasn't for Noonan pushing me and making me stay, I would not have graduated. That's all I have to say.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Fernando Suarez, and I'm a graduate of Murray. I graduated 2 years ago, and I did so as a member of the student board, representing Murray. Sat right there. I came tonight because I heard that the very heart of my school was in danger. To start, I feel like I should describe my experience there first. I came to Murray as a disenfranchised, bullied, and hopeless student. The first mouth that greeted me was Carol Bars. She eased my worries about being a new kid, and she assured me that I belonged. Throughout the year, when I faltered with my grades and credits, she called me to the office and reminded me that I have a deadline, and helped set up a plan to get my credits done. There was never a moment at school where I felt unsafe, I never felt discriminated against, and nor was I ever told that I would not amount to anything. Only reassured that I would. She has also been an incredible stabilizing force during the transition of 3 different principals. She has kept us running. Her dedication to student involvement also allowed us to have lots of after-school classes for the students, including sports and robotics, and they're all due to her efforts. Sorry, I didn't rehearse this at all. I'm not the only student that she has done this for. I am but one of thousands. Even my first year there was spent with crippling social anxiety and horrible depression, until I actually got to know the rest of the staff. Marta, Cineris, Conklin, Franzik, Henry, and most importantly, Noonan. He's the reason I was able to really soar and succeed during the San Diego County mock trials, even though Mr. Cineris, this guy right here, he likes taking credit for it. I was even given an MVP award for the mock trials at graduation. He's also the reason I completed my history credits and graduated. They were literally the last few I needed, and he's the one that sort of sat me down and said, "This is what you need to get done, kid. Let's do this." And I did it. And he also provided an incredibly safe space after school that helped me and other students keep from bad habits and allowed us to spend time with our mentors and complete more of our work. Every student has been an integral part in getting the students to collaborate at Plus forums and help them connect to each other. He also stands outside every day to make sure the students go home safely. He's also one of the first to greet us with a big smile. These people never gave up on me, and they helped me pick myself up. They've done the same for countless more, and sure, some might get fussy when they get called out on dress code violations, but guess what? We're family. It's more than a school, and sometimes families fight. We stand by each other, and Ms. Barr and Mr. Noonan are both people that stood by the students and never gave up on us, even when the rest of the system did. I sat on that board as a member. Sorry, I lost my place. I sat on that board and as a member, and I remember our vision as a district, to be the model of educational excellence and innovation. Two of the district's core values are trust and respect. Mrs. Barr is the only one who I believe can help us meet those expectations. I only have a few more lines, so please bear with me. Murray is a school that prides itself on its grit, so we're here to show you that we need our family. Murray is my home, and they are my family, like I said. They gave me everything I have. We're Murray, and you call us Bulldogs, but I always like to think of ourselves as underdogs. Thank you.
Stacy. That will be Paige. You will follow Stacy.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Sanawa, and I'm a senior at Murray High School. When I was a freshman, graduating seemed impossible to me. I was going through a hard time at the time, and it eventually led to me dropping out my sophomore year. It was all due to the lack of motivation and support I didn't find at my regular high school. Luckily, I went back to school my junior year and got transferred to Murray because of missing credits and bad grades. At Murray, I found the support and help I didn't know schools would offer. One of the many people that impacted me the most at this school is the school's intervention teacher, Mr. Noonan. Every morning, Mr. Noonan asked the students about their day and when they already had breakfast. It is something that every student in his class appreciates, and he always gets a smile out of their faces. Meanwhile, at my other school, the classes were so big, the teachers had trouble even remembering my name. Please keep in mind that by cutting Mr. Noonan from his position, you wouldn't just be removing an intervention teacher. You'll be removing a mentor, advisor, source of help for students who are looking to graduate on time, and a counselor. Mr. Noonan appreciates each one of his students, and I can say with full confidence that without him, I wouldn't have found the motivation to go to school and graduate. And to be honest, I'm so quite surprised I will graduate on time. He is kind to every person that walks through his door, and is one of the most appreciated teachers at school. Every teacher at Murray offers all of the help they can give, but Mr. Noonan has a chance to have a one-on-one conversation on what he can do to help the students graduate. It is something I'll be forever grateful for. Every teacher and staff member makes the school what it is, and without one of them, this school will change completely for every single student. Please keep that in mind while making a decision. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Salazar. I'm an early graduate from Murray High School. I transferred to Murray from RBV due to my poor grades and lack of motivation. I wasn't going to graduate.
When I first came to Murray, Miss Barr was the first person I met. She was kind, supportive, and welcoming. If you take Miss Barr, you'll take the chance for students to have a positive beginning in their new school. And I would like to thank her for always providing resources for everyone and for being a positive impact in that. Mr. Noonan is a teacher who I'll never forget. He is supportive, inspiring, and encouraging teacher. Without him, I wouldn't have a safe, quiet place to concentrate on days that were hard for me. If you take these teachers away from Murray, you will take away support and motivation from students at Murray. These teachers are the reason I graduated early, reasons I had motivation, the reason I had motivation to do my best. Every staff and teacher made an impact in my life and will impact many more in the future. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just a mom, so I'll be quick. You're just a mom? I'm just a mom. I know that's probably something. My name is Paige Sanders, and my son actually graduated early from Murray. He came from Rancho, and he had a very, very rough patch going from a school. He moved up with his dad. His dad kicked him out from Washington and came back here where he was, going through Vista. He was defiant. He was in a lot of bad things, and when I had to, obviously Murray was our last shot. As a mom, I'll be honest, I'm like, oh, going to continuation school. So I had a meeting with Ms. Barr, and my whole heart just warmed up. And I knew that my son's gonna be safe here. And I can't tell you, with my son and his anger and everything that he went through, these amazing teachers totally softened his heart. He graduated early, and he would not have been able to do that. And for my son to actually say they are a family is huge. And to know as a parent that my son is safe when he goes to school and he comes back and he talks about his teachers and he talks about Coach, and he's like, Mom, you don't ever disrespect Coach, or he'll tell you. And I mean, there was a lot of things like that, but he learned life skills as his heart started to blossom, and he actually started growing into his own. And I can honestly say, my son actually is the one who said, Mom, we have to go tonight. Miss Greenwood told me I have to go. Well, he left early, I'm sorry, because of the time, but I stayed because when I found out about Miss Barr and Mr. Noonan's positions, I was actually in shock, because they are, with all of them, they make up, like she was saying, that Jingo. Without them, I mean, these students, you can hear them, you've heard their voices themselves of what amazing staff they are. And for, I don't know, maybe a Rancho kid thinks that Rancho's their family. I'm an alumni from Rancho, and it was different back then. But my son, it was falling through the cracks, and he made comments to him, like, he's very smart, but you're failing, you're this. Not one time did my son ever come home and say they did that. Instead, they pushed him to be the best person that he can be. So for him to graduate early from a kid who I thought never would graduate, and he's smart as is all to say to this amazing staff at Murray. So I hope that you all will take in consideration tonight these amazing people, that they pour their heart and their soul, and the students are their heart and their life. Thank you.
And then Ariana Reyes will be next.
I'm sorry, this is the last minute. Good evening, my name is Maribel. I have 4 kids. One of them was my son that graduated this last year from Murray. When I first found out he was going to be transferred to Murray, I cried all day. I cried and cried and cried. And I said, why? Why this school? Because we all have a different mentality about these schools. They're bad kids, drug kids and gang members and everything. My son had never had a problem in the district at all. But because of his low grades, he had to go to to Murray. A few days after he came, he's like, Mom, I love the school. I am very happy. I am glad I came to this school. So, because he got to meet all the staff, I started going to the parent group, which is on Fridays that we have support for the parents and the students. So to hear about all these changes and cuts, it's very disappointing as a mom, as a parent. My son is no longer there, but I care about the other students, As a continuation school, it's their last chance. And as you can hear, it's kids that have gone through really tough times. So why take the last opportunity away from them? I know it's not the whole school, but like my son said, make sure you tell them that Mr. Noonan was one of the supporters that made me go through and graduate. So he couldn't be here because he's studying right now automotive engineering in San Diego after Murray. And I want to let you know, for us parents, it's disappointing to hear that about the shortcuts. You started this meeting talking about, the importance of, I'm sorry, I'm just, I don't know. The importance of education, but yet you're cutting down, this classes and Ms. Barr's position, Right now we have a part-time principal at the school. What happens if Ms. Barr is removed from her position? And having a principal only have time there. She's the administrative office. She's the one that takes care of any emergency, anything that goes there. So please take into consideration, all these cuts and the importance for the parents and the students because we all worry about it. Thank you.
And after Ariana, it will be Anton.
She messed up my name. It has an I at the end. Anthony.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You're next.
Hi, I'm Ariana, and I just started Murray maybe 4 to 5 months ago, and it's the best school I've gone to. Vista, they pushed me away. They wasn't really supportive, and I have family problems that I'm still going through, and you're basically taking a second opportunity away from kids. I don't have my dad. He is incarcerated, and he was my #1 supporter. I did football in Vista High School, and the coach told me, well, if you're a girl, girls shouldn't play football. And at Vista High School, I failed all the time. And Murray now, I have the best grades ever. And I'm still pushing it. And I'm gonna graduate, but please don't take this opportunity from me, but also the future. Because there are kids that do have family issues, but also other reasons, they need that second opportunity. So please don't take that away.
Okay, Vanessa, you'll be next.
Hi guys, I'm Anthony. I was the first senior graduate of this year, and I just want to rub it in, graduated early, and without Noonan, I went to summer school, and Noonan helped me. He pushed me through, and he's my best friend. Honestly, I go there every day to talk to him, like when I was going, and I remember I hooked him up at Popeyes. I used to work at Popeyes, got some chicken stuff. I don't hook other people up, but that's my brother. And we would talk in the morning, and we used to do this thing where he'd get the cartons of the juices and stuff, and he'd always watch me try to make it in. And he always supported me, even though I missed a lot. And I mean, a lot. I tried, and he always helped me with everything. He is like a security guard there. Besides, I'm blanking, brother over there, Henry, yeah. He will go straight out like a flash. He will jump out the classroom if there's a fight, everything. And he is a hard dude. Those kids think that they're bad. Noonan, check them in line. And we need more people like that. We only got Henry. If y'all kick Noonan out, we only have Henry in this. That's who's gonna go. Fine. You know. And Miss Barr was there from beginning. I remember in Rancho, it's gonna get serious. In Rancho, I used to get bullied a lot. From the big dude I am, I got bullied and I wanted to kill myself. And this was in sophomore year, and I remember one day I just was punching walls and everything, and then cop came. They were treating me like if I was like some gorilla. Like he put me in handcuffs on the ground, my face was on the floor, shit hurt. Sorry for language. And I didn't go to school for like a whole month. After spring break, I came. Miss Barr and Miss Greenwood, love Miss Greenwood. They came and they said about Murray and everything. And as soon as I started going, it was amazing. Love that school, and everyone there is just an amazing. They're amazing people. The teachers are amazing. I still go now, and I don't even go there no more. I'm done. But they gonna see me over there, you know, when it's graduation, when I'm in valedictorian. They haven't picked yet, but you know, I know I'm gonna be valedictorian. It's just gonna happen. I'm gonna wear the yellow and all that. And cause I bust my butt at that school, all A's as soon as I got there. I was F's, D's, no B's or C's. I bust my ass as soon as I got to that school. Ooh. My mom was proud. She thought I was gonna mess up because I came from Florida, and I was a bad kid. And it says one. I'm done. Thank you.
Vanessa, if you want to follow that, Vanessa, you can. And then Benjamin Lopez will be next.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Tiscareño, and I was a student at Murray. When I was first told about being transferred to Murray, I was upset and scared. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was lost. I asked myself, how was I going to return to RBV? Thankfully, I had friends who recommended me to one teacher, Mr. Noonan. I thought I wasn't going to raise up my credits. I failed all of freshman year and the first semester of sophomore year. That's a lot of credits I needed to make up. I talked with Mr. Noonan, and he instantly started helping me. Through him, I learned more about baseball as I helped the varsity team at RBB. That's where I grew closer with Mr. Noonan, and that's how I met Miss Gordon, or baseball mom. I made new friends, and I learned about responsibility and teamwork. He also motivated me to take college courses. I didn't want to, but if it meant to raise my credits and solve my mistakes, I went for it. My homework doubled, stress was unbearable, day and night I had work to do. But Mr. Noonan's class was the place where I learned to go through it all. I have so many amazing memories with Noonan and his class. I got close to so many people. His "good morning, young lady" always brought a smile to my face. Every time I completed credits or completed assignments, Noonan always praised me, even for the littlest things. If I never met Mr. Noonan, I wouldn't be where I stand today. He's a motivator, he's a great mentor, and he's also a great friend. He introduced me to Plus with Miss Garrettson. He took me under his wing for football. Now look at me, Rancho Buena Vista High School, class of 2018 graduate. All thanks to Mr. Noonan and the staff at Murray. Everybody there is amazing. They listen and help. If I ever hear someone say that they're scared to go to Murray, I would simply say, don't worry. They will help clear your path. And if you want to achieve it sooner, talk to Mr. Noonan. Murray was the place where my determination skyrocketed. Please reconsider this for the students and their future. Thank you.
Benjamin Lopez. And then it will be Chanel Bello.
Good evening. Well, I'm going to talk about my experience at Murray. So in 2014, I was diagnosed with a life-threatening disease. And so at Rancho Buena Vista, I was in and out of school. I would go to school for like 2 days out of the whole week. And it would be like that consecutively. And so I went to Murray, and there I was introduced to Ms. Barr, and she helped me with my classes, with like what I needed to get done to graduate and stuff. And unfortunately, I didn't graduate on time. And because of Ms. Barr's position and her authority for the super seniors, and she gave me another chance no other high school would give me. And so I'm there right now. I'm trying to get my credits and get done and stuff. And then Mr. Noonan, who doesn't sugarcoat anything, trust me, like, he gets on you. And I'm really grateful to him for that, because with his help and stuff, I was able to get my work done and ask him questions that I needed help with and stuff. So yeah, I would really like to reconsider cutting any positions, because they're all important. They all played a part in my life, and they're just family. They've been there like no one else, and they pushed me and done a lot of things. All the staff, Coach Henry, Miss Gordon, Mrs. Scenaris, all of them played a great part in my life and stuff. So please reconsider from cutting their positions or anything like that. Thank you.
Chanel Bello. A Marco Rivas. And the next person will be Cynthia Salazar.
Hello? Okay. Hi there, my name is Marco Rivas. I am a former graduate at Murray. I was class of 2016. I was there only for 1 year, for my senior year actually. I was 2 years behind when I started at Murray. Ms. Barr let me know ahead of time that I was really behind. She never told me it was impossible. Basically, I just wanted to shine a light on that, because I personally didn't think I was going to graduate. I didn't think any of the staff was going to help me before I even, actually opened the door and let them help me. But Mr. Noonan really did play a big part in my life. He basically showed me that, sky's not the limit. He reminded me there's footsteps on the moon as well. And I mean, really, it's just a quote I kind of live day by day after, all the months that I was there for. I actually graduated 2 months earlier than I should have as well. And I mean, I'm here because not only did I graduate, but I also am succeeding a little in life right now. I barely started a business, and I just think of them all the time. Then I realized that if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be where I am right now. I'd probably work in fast food or something. I really don't know. Everyone at RBB really just told me, hey, you know what? You're not going to graduate. It's really impossible. You're not going to do it. And I kind of just realized that, hey, it probably was impossible until I started going to Murray, and they really brightened up my future. They really made me think what's going to go on after graduation date. And sorry about that, I'm spazzing up here. Okay. Mr. Noonan really just made me feel more at home. I really just don't want to see him leave. I really don't want to see any of the staff leave, actually. I would just recommend this school for anyone that's failing or think they're not going to pass in general. And I think that's it.
Emma. And after Emma, it is Lita.
Hello, my name is Emma. I'm here for Murray. I am an enrolled student right now. I am a super senior. Where can I start? I've been to 4 different high schools, and I'm still behind. But if it wasn't for Ms. Barr,
Miss Barr, if I can describe her, call her, she's a boss. And everyone in Murray knows that she doesn't sugarcoat anything. She's gonna be on you. And everyone, including even my family, gave up on me. But Miss Barr, it's surprising for me because Miss Barr is like very strict. She's hardcore, but she never gave up on me. And Mr. Noonan, I can really use your snacks right now. I'm very hungry. I just got off work, so I'm sorry. Yeah, my story is where I was in a hard relationship, toxic relationship. I was cheated on, and I saw that, so I fell into depression, and I'm still suffering over that. Many things happened to me at the beginning of my super senior year. I was working at a fast food restaurant. I would go in there at 10 at night, wake up, take a little nap, and then start school at 8. So I would do that constantly. Mr. Marta, he's a great teacher. He was there for me. He guided me through everything, including Ms. Barr and Mr. Noonan. And if it wasn't for them, honestly, I'm already giving up, but they keep pushing me really hard. And that's why I'm here, to have a voice for them. And they never gave up on me, so I hope you guys never give up on them.
Diana Rodriguez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Lita Silva, and I do have a daughter at Maureen. It's been a year and a half. My daughter is doing wonderful, thanks to the teachers, the support that I get from the school. I'm very happy that my daughter is doing much better. She still has one more year and a few months to graduation. I asked her a few days ago, I said, would you like to go back to Rancho? Your grades are getting better. And she said, no, Mom, I'm very happy at Murray. I want to continue at Murray. And she said, is something wrong if I graduate from there? I said, no. Your mother came from Mexico. I got a high school equivalent to a high school diploma. I'm a nurse. I said, I'm a good example for you and your brothers. I want you to continue, no matter where you're gonna graduate. It's important to pay attention, to listen to your teachers. So I beg you not to cut teachers. My daughter still needs a lot of help, and they're there for her. So please, please, by cutting teachers, you cutting education, support, love, even food for our kids. Because as a parent, I take my daughter to school in the morning, I know she's safe. If you cut the teachers, I will be concerned. My patients will feel that because I'm not gonna be there 100%. I'll be thinking, oh, my daughter is not safe at school, my daughter is not learning because they cut this, they cut that. So please reconsider not cutting personnel at Murray. It's an excellent school, and I hope to see my daughter graduate into that school. Thank you.
Diana Rodriguez. Okay, Renee. This is the last one on this topic. That's the last, right, Renee?
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Renee, and I had transferred to Murray because I had lost all confidence and motivation in my education. And my teachers at the school I used to go to also kind of did. So that kind of just put me even more down. And at Murray, I found the support and help that I needed. If it weren't for Murray, I probably would have dropped out by now. All the staff and all the teachers, they all contribute to their students' educations and lives. Including Mr. Noonan, who helps his students out with E2020, every credit that they need. He even has a food pantry in his class for students and their families. Ms. Barr, who has been there since the beginning. If you didn't know, Ms. Barr, she put the first shovel in the ground where the school was built, which is honestly, that was honestly like a really big thing that she told me. She had also taken me to a field trip where students can build and learn about their strengths, so then they can use them in further activities. And yeah, I wouldn't like to see any of the staff go, because I feel like we're a big family with the support that we need and have. Thank you.
I have a proposal to speak on my behalf as well.
We can't do, you have to, yeah, we can't take anything from the audience, sorry.
No, I speak for Murray as well.
No, I understand that, sir, but in order to speak, you would have to have pulled a card. I'm sorry. You can definitely share your speech with us. We can make copies and read through your speech.
No, I apologize. I spoke too early. I'm sorry.
Oh, so it's not your turn.
No.
Okay, so now we have the Murray report after, I think we, oh.
Wow, a lot of great stories there. That's awesome. Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Andrew Diaz, and I'm here to give an update on Murray High School, as our principal has a family obligation that is kept away this evening. I'm a social studies teacher at Murray, Major General Raymond Murray High School. I'm highly invested in our school and our district. I'm an RBV graduate. I am married to an RBV graduate who is also a VOC teacher, and our children attend the Leadership Academy. We also live in Vista. As well, I'm one of the founding faculty members of Major General Raymond Murray High School. Prior to working at Murray, I started my teaching career at Alta Vista, where I developed a profound appreciation for alternative education and began to understand the incredible impact we have on our students and community. I was given the opportunity to open Murray High School after 4 years at Alta Vista, and although I was proud to be part of the Alta Vista staff, I was excited to be in on the creation of a new continuation high school, which would serve the most vulnerable population in Vista Unified. The name Major General Raymond Murray was appropriately selected. Marines are known for their absolute belief in leaving no one behind. As educators at a continuation high school, we feel the same and work diligently to never give up on a student and to leave no student behind. Major General Raymond Murray was in charge of saving many people during the historic breakout of the Chosin Reservoir during the Korean War. I mention this because many of our students come to us feeling overwhelmed and lost due to a dizzying array of issues in their lives. We strive to embody the Marine values of no one left behind, and often need to resort to the motto of adapt, improvise, and overcome, as it applies to challenges in our students' lives. And after 12 years, the newness of the buildings may have worn off, but the commitment to the students and the community is as strong as the first day we opened. There are countless examples of how Murray has positively impacted not only the students' lives, but rippling out into the community of Vista. As we have a high graduation success rate, which Dana Temp, our counselor, will speak to in a few minutes. On campus, on a daily basis, I see the impact that our school has on some of our most at-risk students. At Murray, students who might have otherwise fallen through the cracks at other schools are given a second chance at success. There are numerous reasons why many formerly unsuccessful students thrive at Murray. Smaller class sizes, dedicated teachers, great outreach and support programs like our food pantry, the McKinney-Vento program to help our transitional and homeless student population, our MASH program, which keeps students on campus rather than on the streets, and the other numerous programs all contribute to make Murray what it is. When I see former Murray students around Vista, I'm constantly reminded of the impact we have on them. Students who come to Murray are generally credit deficient and are not on track to graduate. Our goal is to have to make graduation attainable. Every student that comes to Murray is different. They have different educational and emotional needs. They often carry with them the weight of numerous years of failed attempts at being successful in school. They may have suffered from an illness that hindered their academic progress. They may have felt lost in the sea of students at the comprehensive high schools. We do not accept these as reason for failure. Instead, we see them as opportunities to dig deep and find creative solutions. When students arrive at Murray, they no longer feel lost, and they no longer fall through the cracks. We work hard to ensure each student feels valued, both as learners and as individuals. We work hard to help them understand that they are responsible for their own success, and that as a staff, we will be there with them all the way, to help them feel the clear goal that we strive for: no student left behind at Murray High School. I would like now to introduce Moses Gonzalez.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Moses Gonzalez. I am a graduate at General Raymond Murray High School. I'm here to talk to you about my school. At first I was nervous going to this school, but as I started talking to people, I soon realized that everyone here is nice and friendly. It made me feel like I'd known them for a long time. Yes, the school is really small, but it's a nice small school where you can be friends with everyone. People are really accepting Murray, and despite our differences, everyone gets along, period. So what's special about Murray? We have an awesome coach, Mr. Henry, our rugby and basketball teams, who coaches for our rugby and basketball teams, my apologies. He is like a father figure to many kids like myself, and he has helped students make better choices in their lives. Sports makes a lot of kids want to come to school. The staff, especially Ms. Barr, gave me the opportunity to have a 5th year to graduate. I was a super senior, and I really appreciated this because I was worried that I wasn't going to have a high school diploma. The staff never gave up on me. We have amazing teachers that seriously care about you and how far you are from graduating. We also have friendly custodians, a wonderful lunch lady, and office staff. Not only that, we also have a PLUS leadership group run by Mr. Noonan. PLUS stands for Peer Leaders Uniting Students. In this group, we identify issues going on in our campus and we try to resolve them. We share these ideas that might impact the school in a more friendly and safer environment. It's a great opportunity to connect to students and to give them a greater chance at being successful and better able to graduate. We also have a pet therapy. We contract with a local animal shelter and they come once a week. The animals are always friendly. They have dogs, rabbits, reptiles, and even mini horses. They visit us every single week, and they go to every single classroom, and every person gets a chance to meet them. This makes the student interact with them and bring the students closer. Pet therapy leads to a more rounded educational experience. Our school has also a mock trial team. Mock trial is a class that my teacher, Mr. Sonares, a former lawyer, hosts. Our intervention teacher, Mr. Noonan, who is also a former lawyer, acts as the judge and when we practice. We go to downtown San Diego Core where other schools come to compete. We are the only continuation high school to compete, and we go up against private and public schools. We learn how to become lawyers, witnesses, and bailiffs. We take on other schools around California hoping to win. At the end of the day, we all go out to eat as a family. We also have the opportunity to run 2 community blood drives each year. Our leadership group has the opportunity to actually run the entire drive. We are put in charge, which is a great experience. This year, I came back as alumni, and I was put in charge of all 18 students who were also leaders on the team. We dedicated our blood drive one year to our fellow classmate, Juan Sixto, who passed away recently last year. It broke all of our hearts when we have heard the news, but we as a school came together and hosted this blood drive in memory of our friend who always took the time to donate blood. There are so many opportunities in this program for kids at Murray. My sister and I are both proud students of General Raymond Murray High School, and I am honored here to speak on the behalf of my school that I am proud to be a part of the Murray family. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce you to our parent, Mrs. Covarrubias.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Laura Covarrubias.
Good evening, my name is Laura Covarrubias.
Vengo en nombre de aquellos padres que se sienten desorientados, así como algún día yo me sentí.
I come representing all the parents who feel disoriented just as I did one time.
Yo les pido, les suplico e imploro que no quiten ni hagan ningún cambio a la escuela.
I ask you, I beg you, and I implore you to keep the school as it is. Do not eliminate or change anything.
Nosotros los papás, en conjunto con los maestros, incluyendo la subdirectora, formamos un gran equipo y sin ellos no seguiremos desorientados e ignorantes, así como sacar a nuestros hijos adelante.
We, the parents, together with the teachers, including the assistant principal, make up a great team. And without them, we would continue to be lost and would not know how to help our children make progress.
No tienen idea del gran apoyo, de la gran ayuda y apoyo que ellos nos han proporcionado.
You have no idea of the amount of help and support that they have given us.
Es por eso que solicitamos ampliamente no hacer ningún cambio, porque si eso pasa es como quitarle una pieza al rompecabezas. Y es por eso que hacemos esta petición.
This is why we request that you do not make any changes, because if this were to happen, it would be like eliminating or taking out a piece of the puzzle. And this is the reason why we make this request.
I'm going to say thank you, Mr. Van, and all the teachers for support, all the kids and the support parents, group of parents. You guys consider it, do not remove anything, because if remove anything, be sure this group is going to disappear too. I'm going to pass these copies. I don't have enough copies, but you can see what can I do in school. Okay? Thank you for that.
Good evening. My name is Michael Snares. I'm a teacher over at Murray High School. We're just passing out a packet of some of the graphs that we're going to be showing you. We wanted to focus our report tonight on the impact cutting two particular positions would have on Murray. At a staff meeting a while back, we were informed that there was a proposal that Murray's principal would be the principal of both Murray High School and Alta Vista High School. When this happened last year, we were under the impression that it was a temporary solution. But more importantly, we also learned that the position of graduate advisor, Ms. Barr's position, was slated to be cut, as well as a position of intervention teacher. I have to be honest, I was going to say a lot of things, but I think our students said what they needed to say about Ms. Barr and Mr. Noonan. There's nothing that I can add to that that's going to help. However, I did want to make the point that Ms. Barr, when the principal is not on site, is the only administration that we have on campus. So taking her out of that office would mean we would go through long periods of time with no administrator on site, which I think really affects the safety and security of our particular site. There are literally daily instances where there needs to be an administrator present. And no offense to Mr. Rios, but when he's at Alta Vista, it's at least a 10, 15-minute drive to Murray High School. And some of these problems, I mean, if they occur immediately, there needs to be somebody on site to take care of it. Like I said, I was going to talk about all the work that Ms. Barr does, but I think the students took up a lot of the time doing that, so I'm not going to focus on that. And then Ms. Templin has some information showing the impact that our intervention teacher has had since he's been at Murray High School.
So I'm assuming the impact teacher is Mr. Noonan?
He's the intervention teacher.
I mean, it's the intervention teacher?
Yes.
And Ms. Barr, she acts like a assistant principal, but her title is graduation advisor right now. And I want to introduce myself. I'm the counselor at Murray High School, the one counselor. And I'm also the WASP coordinator. We were due to have the WASP team visit us this year, but due to all the changes, we were given a year's reprieve, and they're going to be visiting us next year. However, it gave me the opportunity to gather a lot of data about Murray High School. And I wanted to share that with you. But also I wanted to thank you for giving us all this time to share with you. Murray is very special to all of us that work there, and I know you guys have a lot of difficult decisions to make at your levels, and I thank you for giving us the opportunity. I'm not sure I want to be in your shoes, but I really feel like what we have, we really need, and we could even use more, but please don't take away what we have. But anyways, as I go on, I want to say that we are very proud that Murray is both WASP accredited and has been selected as a model continuation high school, something that we would like to apply for again. This packet you have, I think all of you have it, correct? The first page just kind of gives a little tiny snapshot of something that our students, to indicate some of the issues that some of our students struggle with. You've heard several in their speeches. You might notice that 80% of the students at Murray this is last year's data, were qualified for the free and reduced lunch program. 10% of the students are homeless. We have students in migrant education. We have foster students. We also have unaccompanied youth, which aren't reflected in this. So students come with a variety of already, struggles in their lives. This other piece that says the transiency rate, I think this is really interesting. It was interesting to me anyways. And I don't know if you want to show it to the audience. Sorry, I didn't make it on the overhead. The blue line is the number of students that passed through our doors in 1 year. So in last year, 340 students passed through our doors. I kind of think as a counselor, that's kind of like my caseload was 340, which is about the same as Rancho's counselors' caseloads, except for that I'm working with the top 10% of the most high-risk students. Only 66 of those students were there for the entire year. So we have a real special program at Murray, and our students need a lot of support. I'm going to go on, though, to show all the wonderful, since one thing I wanted to talk about last year, when the WASP committee visited us 5 years ago, one critical area of need that they identified was to ensure that interventions at Murray are timely and systemic. So this is an area that we have really been working on. The addition of our intervention teacher, making Ms. Barr a full-time assistant, administrative assistant. We also added we have a part-time social worker. I was able to become full-time. I was not a full-time counselor when I first arrived. So many of these things have been bolstering the program that we have to make our interventions both timely and systematic. And we have made tremendous progress. So I want you to look at the average credits earned by each trimester. You can see starting in 2014, going from 2014-15 to 2017-18, every single year students are earning more and more credits. We went from, I wish I'd gone back even earlier, but we are graduating more students every single year. If we go to the next page, what's awesome is our chronic absences are going dramatically down. And this is due to the number of staff that's able to work with our students, as the students were describing. They are going to their homes. We are going to their homes. We are talking to them. We are not letting them go, and they are coming back. Even I wish we could count the alumni that come back, because that would even be better for our attendance, I think. Obviously, we still have a ways to go, but it's amazing. I was amazed when I saw this data. I'm like, woohoo! I got some good news to report. The total tardies, this is where I went in and added up all the tardies, like for the entire school year, dramatically going down. And And then if we look at the last page, well, it's not the last page, but it's the last page of the data. You can also see that discipline referrals are going down. And I think this is probably large part to having that intervention room space where students go. That's a space where they can go and have a little quiet time if they need it, get work done. You'll see there's a list of all of the different things, and these are just the primary duties. They do a lot of other stuff. But also, if you notice, our suspensions went down dramatically as well. So this is good news. I wanted to share the good news. Murray has been making incredible progress. I do feel that it is, and as I wrote in my WASP report, that this is due to the intervention programs that we have put in place to make a difference for our kids here at Murray. I'm not going to go over all the duties, but the next 2 pages describe all the duties of the two, Ms. Barr, her graduation advisor duties, and then the intervention teacher duties that have really made a difference for our students as well. I did have a student letter, another student emailed me, but I feel like we've heard a lot of stuff, so I think I will share that with you via email. And I just wanted to say how proud I am of all our kids and all the stuff that our staff has been doing, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to share it with you. But I'm going to let Michael Cineris have the last couple of words here.
So before we go, I just wanted to reiterate a couple points that we're trying to make. First, thank you again for allowing us to speak. We believe that the elimination of the graduate advisor position and all the duties that it provides would be detrimental and dangerous to Murray High School, as there would be no administrator on site for large periods of time. Secondly, the elimination of the graduation advisor and intervention teacher positions could potentially put our WASC accreditation and model continuation high school designation in jeopardy, because a lot of what they talked about, that's the position that these two have. In determining the cuts, it's important to remember that equity doesn't equal equality, right? The district should prioritize giving students who have academic difficulties or have faced many personal challenges multiple opportunities to earn their diploma, even if there may be additional costs associated with getting them caught up. Lastly, the data clearly shows the positive impact of having a full-time graduation advisor as well as an intervention teacher on site in terms of disciplinary referrals, attendance, and credit acquisition. So thank you again for your time, and I couldn't be more proud of our students. Thank you for all showing up. Yeah! Honestly, before we came tonight, we thought maybe 3 or 4 would show up. Literally, there's a little bit more than that.
Obviously, 6 hours later.
Yeah, we apologize for that.
No, but that was very impressive that everybody cares enough. Does anybody have questions before I start mine?
We have another 6 hours here.
Okay, we'll ask quick questions, okay? So I was very impressed with my visit at your school, and I got the same feeling that they were saying tonight, how you walk in on the campus and you immediately feel like you're part of a family, so that was pretty cool. So we made cuts, I'm assuming some FTE cuts at Murray with our budget cuts, and one of those is an intervention teacher, and the other one is going back to the classroom, correct?
Yeah, the graduation advisor, essentially it's been like a vice principal since the inception of Murray, just never with that particular title. And she's scheduled to go back to the classroom as she is a TOSA, but that would eliminate all of the stuff that she does in the front office, including the discipline and referral.
Right, so my concern is that the safety issue, because we do share a principal.
Yes, ma'am.
And so let's just say something would happen hypothetically and David was over at Alta and Ms. Barr was in teaching a classroom. What would happen?
I think that's where we're all confused. What would happen in that situation? There's nobody in the front office in charge. I mean, Ms. Templin is in the front office, but she's a counselor, and she has other duties to perform. Ms. Barr has been the only person on site when we've had things happen at Murray, like students going through like hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia, students who have had epileptic seizures. She's been there at a sporting event where a major fight broke out and the police had to come by, and at the time Mr. Hoover was in a conference somewhere else. And it just makes us as a staff feel good to know that there's somebody there who can take charge even when the principal isn't around.
Okay. And then, will any of this affect your, because you guys got awarded that model continuation school, was that Murray? That was Murray, correct?
Yeah, I think in one of the things that we do, besides the ratio of student to teacher, is we have started to institute quicker interventions. Honestly, the quickest intervention we could have is getting the students to Murray and Alta Vista quicker. That's really the main problem. The students that we get as sophomores, we actually send a lot of them back. And they're able to graduate from Rancho or Vista if that's what they want to do. But unfortunately, we get a lot of our students their senior year, and they're already a year and a half behind, and we're expected, to try to.
And we're trying really hard to fix that. We are trying to set some systems in place that maybe we could start earlier.
We totally understand that the other schools have their priorities. When I started in the district 20 years ago at Alta Vista, they had 2 deans whose only job was to go to Rancho and Vista on a fairly regular basis to talk to the counselors so they could get the students to our sites. Because if it's not at the top of their mind, sometimes they can go 2 or 3 or 4 months without sending any students over because they have other things to worry about. Obviously, it would be silly for me to ask for another position, but in the past, we actually had positions where people would go to the other high schools to recruit students. And, more importantly, they wouldn't downplay Murray and Alta and treat it like a punishment, which we get the sense sometimes that's what they do. I mean, we know they're trying to get their students to graduate, but sometimes I think they use Alta and Murray as, if you don't do better in school, we're going to send you to, Murray or Alta, which is really the wrong message to send.
And I think part of the challenge is the perspective within the community and how we see our alternative schools. From our student speakers and our alumni, it is very clear that we can be successful both in our comprehensive, but we can also be successful in our alternative high schools. And so I know we are focusing a lot on the neighborhood walks, and Dr. Kimball, I know we've been talking about how can we get our students that are credit deficient, because we know if they stay in our comprehensive high schools, they're not going to be successful, and they may not get a high school diploma. And to members in our community, getting a high school diploma, that should be something that we all strive for. And I know that doesn't always happen. We could be doing a lot better job, but I think we need to change the perspective from what Alta is. And I visited, Murray, I was there talking to parents. I'll be there again tomorrow morning, but the work that you all do is wonderful. We need to look at that bottleneck at the high school, and so not sure what the plan is, but let's definitely have that conversation.
What would happen to Murray if you lost these 2 positions as far as the credibility goes?
Well, again, I think the data shows that the interventions have really increased not only the credit acquisition, but it has also decreased the tardinesses and the absences. It just leaves the teachers more time to work with the students one-on-one. And again, that list that we have for the graduation advisor, that's not even half of what she does. Those are the important functions that she does. Without somebody in the front office doing all of those tasks, I don't know how anything would actually get done. She runs our 21st Century grant. She does all of the intake. She handles our discipline. She handles our suspensions. She handles almost all the parent meetings that come about. And so without anybody in that position, I don't really know how we could get half of the things done that we do.
So maybe what we can do, because it's it is late, and we have 600 and some pages to get through tonight. So here's what I'm thinking. I understand the dilemma, and I understand a little bit of your program and how effective it is. And I also understand that we do the FTEs through a formula.
Basically, it's a 20, because they have the ratios.
Right.
For every 20 students, they get a teacher.
Yeah, and I understand that, but maybe since sometimes everything doesn't maybe fit into that box, we can
Can I speak to that just for 1 second?
Maybe we can look at a way to, because these seem to me like a lot of the kids' success, these two positions are the ones that really keep them going, and we all heard the same testimony, which was pretty powerful. So maybe we can look at, I know Donna, I don't even want to look at Donna, maybe we can look at a way, okay? And then we'll come back to you and we will,
We heard you. We'll come back to you and talk to you about it.
loud and clear, thank you.
But we need to.
Sorry. Well, that was kind of three things in one. There was the student's presentation, the cards, and then their points.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Guys, you mind if you take 2 minutes to take care of just a business, and then you guys will be up next. And
your chips. Your son's still here?
My husband can pick up. Yeah.
Julie? Julie? Hi.
Like a beer, board meeting. Everybody bring the slice
Might be squash racing Chardonnay. You fart. Jill Babs. Grape juice. Okay, thank you.
No, I have it.
So Anna, thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Shiloh. Do you want some? What? Okay.
Spanish will say, okay, we said women, and then the women.
Oh yeah, it is. Sorry. It is on. Shiloh did. Yes, please. You can get it at the regular grocery store or Sprouts.
Yeah, sorry. We didn't expect it to be able to turn out.
That makes me want a margarita. I think it's fun and it's been amazing. I love hearing the kids. The future is bright with these guys.
I want to go to Murray now.
It sounds like the Murray staff needs to do some training. Who's doing their stretches? Yeah,
I'll tell you. What are the comments?
Oh, I want a margarita too. You can hear everything. So Callie said she wants a margarita, so Ismay said she wants a margarita too. She also asked who's doing their stretches.
Well, you know, yes, we use Michelle to get some stuff, and then
I can't figure out how to do that.
you're on the impression.
Is there some kind of cap? And since we're only,
You know, get out of sophomores, half of them end up going back, and the other half. Yeah, I know. It's like, I almost felt like they punished you for winning.
Oh yeah, that's fun. That's the fun.
oh no, diabetes. Thank you.
Prior. Paula, if I do that, will I get yelled at? If I do, go for it.
Why not?
I know.
So
No, but I'm sorry to hear that you lost her.
And she does all this stuff. I won't. I know actually get used to each other.
Okay, we're back to order. We have to be out of here in a little bit, so. Impact teacher report. Okay, so you guys, if we could do it really quickly, we don't have a lot of time, so if you all have something to say, could you mail it to us?
I'm just going to introduce the group really quickly. When we talk about awesome, Team Awesome, we're talking about the Team Awesome as far as the collaboration with your site teacher, the teacher in the classroom, your administrator, and then the impact teacher that comes in. And that's really what makes up the Team Awesome that we're talking about. Today's presentation is really just a quick overview of where the impact program is, how it's changed. There have been some changes to it and how they're working, and I wanted to give them an opportunity to explain that program on their own. So, go to the next slide.
If the boss keeps you out this late, he's got to buy dinner, donuts, and something.
I was already looking. I have a Starbucks card that I have to just kind of go through tomorrow at lunch. You can go to the next slide. I'm going to go ahead and let.
My name is Mindy Ayers. I'm the impact teacher at DAPA, and I'm just going to give you a glimpse of how we started. We began by looking and analyzing data from multiple sources, and we collaborated with the teachers and the administrators to create a schedule. We took into account, I'm losing the voice. We took into account the different schedules at each site, the lunch, the recess, prep, the wheel, and we came up with a schedule based on the data and the needs of the site. This schedule is evaluated every 6 to 8 weeks so that we can monitor the progress. Once that schedule was in place, we began our reading instruction of small groups, and because we have small groups, we're able to provide personalized instruction and student coaching.
Next slide, please. We're so fortunate, the 7 of us at 7 sites, to have many tools in our toolkit or our toolbox. We use multiple measures to assess students and analyze them and what would be the best fit for each child in each classroom. We focus on the strategies of teaching students how to read, and that is throughout the country, throughout the world. Students go through all these stages. Number 1, concepts of print. Do they know how to hold a book? Do they know what the author is? What is the title? Phonemic awareness, manipulating individual sounds using sound blending. Phonics, using consonant sounds, identifying sound-vowel sounds, CV words, C words. Vocabulary, learning word families and word parts. Vocabulary, fluency. For a lot of students in a 3rd grade classroom that I work in, they can read something like this. I went to the park. So we try about fluency. I read to them, they read to me, we're building fluency. Comprehension is the most difficult skill, and that's where we talk about retelling and comprehending a story.
I'm Terry Lucero, and I'm an impact teacher at Maryland. And because we are cheerleaders and coaches, and because we personalize the instruction, we have student successes every day, sometimes hourly, as students are learning words, sounds, letters, and using the strategies that we're teaching them. And we've all experienced the transformation that our students go through, from kinders coming in apathetic to books, to students who say, I love reading, to 3rd graders who struggle with reading, who finish a chapter book. and come and find you on morning duty to tell you the series that they just finished and could you recommend a new one? Because that's what we want to impart, the joy and the love of reading.
Hi, I'm Nikki Garcia. I'm the impact teacher at Grapevine Elementary. Exactly what Karen said. We acknowledging student success plays a large part of the work we do. And in order to motivate and encourage students to achieve, we embed celebratory rewards throughout the year. It is such a special time for our students and for the families. And sometimes for many, it's the only reward, the award that they receive all year. And just to see all those students today just touches my heart that we could prevent this.
Hi, I'm Melinda Madden, and I'm the impact teacher at Hanalei Elementary School. And as impact teachers, we get to see the positive effects and successes of our students, and that they extend well beyond just the four walls of our classrooms or our schools. Our work reaches into the homes and the parents of our students. For example, after one of the award ceremonies, a parent went home and posted this on social media. Please allow me to share her words. The mother writes, "My heart is so happy. Few people only know what a struggle this has been with my son since preschool till now in school. This year, his reading and behavior in school have taken a huge leap, and now I can say he enjoys school, and most importantly, reading. What an emotional morning it has been for this mom." This is just one example of the extremely positive and encouraging feedback that we receive from students, parents, and our staff.
Hi, I'm Amy Raven. I'm currently at Bolier Elementary, and I'm just here to share with you about some of the things we do to support our schools during parent conference week, since we are not in a regular classroom. Some things we do is sit in on conferences per teacher request for our media students. We're sharing with parents also during this time strategies they can use at home in order to support reading at home, whether it be in English or Spanish. Teach parents games they can play with their students at home to help with foundational skills. And we've also, so one of the schools gave out books to parents, and also library, public library information. We gave out library applications in English and Spanish, and maps and directions for the students and the parents so they would know where to go.
I know. I'm Dana Shanahan, and I'm currently a teacher at Finla Oak Elementary. And just to run away and continuing this thread, I wanted to show that the impact teachers are also having an impact on collaboration at schools with the classroom teacher. We work with many students in different grades every day. We see a lot of them in our caseload. And because of the students we're working with, the population, a lot of them end up with them going to triads, with teachers meeting, or possibly an SST. So we get invited by the teachers, and we're there to provide data that we've collected, another set of eyes on a situation, perhaps some other strategies that they have not yet tried. And then if they invite us to go to the SST, we're there to support the classroom teacher, talk with the parents, offer some even more strategies. So we play an integral role in getting our media students some of the help they need. Thank you.
I'm looking at the last one on the slide, teacher success story. We have so many success stories. They go on every day. Teachers stop me in the bathroom. Teachers stop me at lunch. Paula, what about this? Paula, what about that? So a great success story. We had a kindergartner last year who was very needy, very poor family. He came in and cried the first 2 weeks in kindergarten. What did we do? We gave him books and we started reading to him. He was a student at Olive. He is now at Grapevine, and he is reading at grade level in April right now. He is on target to graduate, or I'm sorry, finish first grade, reading at first grade level.
Graduating 2 months early.
So we've already talked a little bit in the last board meeting where we mentioned worked with the low performance student block grant. where we're looking at our Title I, looking at scaling up our impact program now to include all of our Title I schools and our non-Title I schools. So we've put that that plan into place, and we'll be rolling it out officially to you. We talked about it on our block grant, where we showed you that we would expand it. We'll get a one-pager put together that'll be coming to you in a Friday letter with the description of how the plan is to roll out. The group here, they meet periodically throughout the year, and they reevaluate the program and the process, and they're going to continue to do that work. And it's going to really focus on, go to the next slide, three things that we really have stood out for the group here. First one being a focus on 3 grade levels at a time. Through conversations in their work, they realized that adding a 4th grade level just puts them over the edge. And it's really about the needs of the school site. You know, just because we give a grade span doesn't mean that that's where the need's going to be. They want to be able to work with the site data and with the principals to make sure that they're providing the support that the school site needs where they need it. We're also going to be adding new impact teachers, and we have a group of professionals here that have been through this for a while. So there's going to be a mentoring component that we're going to need to add to that, teachers leading teachers. And that's going to be something that we're going to work together with them to put together. And we've noticed that as students are now getting caught up and getting pushed back into the system, we need to be able to follow them up a little bit better than just saying, all right, you're done here, you're back into the mix. And it very much mirrors what we're doing with our reclassification. Some way of tracking the students and providing a little bit additional support and check-in so that as we exit students from the program, it's not a cold exit, it's a warm handoff to the classroom teacher so that we still continue to watch the student and make sure that they're progressing the way they should. That's it.
Okay, I have a few things. You guys can sit down. You can sit right in the front. You have some questions? Oh,
I just have two. The first one's for Donna.
I'd like to ask the question of Dr. Stites, though, unless he directs them to the teachers.
Right, that's what, so Matt, I'm going back to the 3 levels, because you know this is a point with me. This was originally instituted in this district as a K-1 impact teacher program, and that was done for, I'm going to talk to the school board members because you just do what we tell you to do. It was done for this very specific reason of kindergarten and 1st grade, because that's where we need to focus. And we all know if there's a 3 months lag at the kindergarten level, that's like a 9-month, almost a year gap when it gets to 3rd grade. So it's a huge gap if it's only 3 months behind. The second reason that we did that is because we always do it this way. Exactly what you're doing. We've always done it this way from the beginning of the time, and we're not any better off now than we were before. So what has happened was in the past we have had many programs, and it's always K-3, and they get to the sites and it's like we need them in 2nd and 3rd grade. 2nd and 3rd grade, they're behind, they need the help, they need the help. I get that, they need the help, we need to get them the help, but this was specifically set up for kindergarten and 1st for the specific reason is to close the gap and never let the gap start. So you can say we're going to get them in 3rd and we're not going to do the beginning of kindergarten, and I taught kindergarten almost my whole career, and I never once had kids in the beginning of kindergarten that couldn't have used help. Anybody else?
Well, from that standpoint, right, to be honest with you, Rosemary, when the program was first put together, the administration came back to us and told us that they thought K-1, because that was in like 16 when that came up. But
and I was here. It was Carolyn, you originally, but then I got on the board and it was K-1, and the administration never came
I'll be
down.
honest with you, yeah,
I mean, Matt was here,
that
it was K-1, correct?
No, it was given to the administration to do it. They came back and told us K-1, it wasn't a board directive. That's But that's not my issue at all. My issue remains with this. My first question is to Donna, is how much it costs?
The impact teachers?
Yes. $1.3 million, $1.4 million?
If you do it all 15 sites?
No, I'm talking about what we have right now. We have eight folks up there.
Right, about $880,000.
Not $1 million, huh?
Nope.
Okay. How many kids?
And it's all funded out of Title I.
It's still funded. I mean, we still paying for it. That's not the issue. How many kids?
Currently, we're a little over 400, a little under 500 right now.
Okay.
Over 500.
Okay, and my concern in this has been all along when we started this, because this district at one point spent a ton of money on Linda Moot Bell, and, you know, and that's like 10 grand a kid. And quite honestly, you know, we're running into this when we look at this program, or we look at the continuation high school, or we look at any other program we have, is the unfortunate part about this is there is an economy of scale that we have to operate with. We can't turn around and spend an inordinate amount of dollars on individual youngsters, because we've got to spread this out over the course of all the kids we have to educate. And we do have some that have more unique needs, and that's why this program got involved. So, because I'll be the first one to tell you, you guys, I taught physics, and what you do is about 100 times harder than what I had to do, because you're teaching those kids to read, and it is so vitally important. So I want to see the program continue, but I also have to be able to stand back and say, hey, are we spending the appropriate amount of money in doing this and getting, using the impact teacher, the impact that we need to get, so that we're not spending like in a previous situation where the Linda Moot Bell program was so expensive per child that it became impossible to continue to fund it. So that, I just want to be cautious about that we're getting, if you will, enough bang for our buck in doing this, and then hopefully, I think we're hopefully getting the results that we need to see.
We'll be happy to come back in.
Yeah, I know you're going to come back with that.
I don't want to ruin a good party here, but we have to be out of this building at 10:45, and this conversation alone could take us 45 minutes. So I would advise that now that we've heard this conversation, if we could put this back for discussion on the next agenda and move on, then we might move this meeting along.
You don't have to give a report, we just need to continue to talk.
Let's have a
about it as
conversation.
board.
Yeah.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
Impact teachers, thank you for staying.
I've been trying to say something all night.
Sorry.
Okay. I just want to know what exactly, if a child comes from another district and they're not in K or first grade or second grade, what types of reading interventions are available to the students? Or if they come from a charter school, they return to us. Or perhaps they're a newcomer. What interventions are in place besides this as a safety net?
Question. This is our safety net. This is our intervention program.
And this is great. I'm just wondering if you know, when you speak, when one would even consider trying to limit it here or there, I'm concerned about the kids who aren't reading at grade level, who are not in that window of grade levels or that span. And so I'd like to know what we are doing as a district to address those needs at third, fourth, fifth, for kids who aren't reading at grade level, who are significantly behind.
We have the MTS and the tiers, and some schools have safety net meetings, and they identify the kids that need the interventions, and then offer after-school programs and
ACES, some different programs, but it's dependent upon the school and what programs they have available to them. So it's different depending on the type of funding that they have for different programs.
I'll keep it brief. Paula, I loved your story, your success story about the kindergartner who was crying the first 2 weeks of school. That's evidence that we need to start them at the beginning of kindergarten. Sometimes it just takes one person reading to them like that to make them feel comfortable in school.
And my only 2 cents is, like we just heard 2 hours of testimony from some of our students at the continuation schools, and I think this is one way that we can help out. It takes, 12, 11, 10, 9 years, but I do think early childhood education, the impact that we do early on is going to have a benefit in the long run.
And just to put a punctuation mark on my comment, newcomers, I really want to address newcomers who are not in a dual immersion program. I want information about how we're meeting their needs, because ACES program, those are not credentialed teachers, I don't think, unless I'm wrong, they're not at my school. And, surely they don't know language acquisition. Surely they don't have BCLADs. So I want to know about that, because that's really important. And the DLAC committee, in their report, they were requesting help for newcomers as well.
Certainly.
Yeah, you're excused. Thank you
so much.
Thank you, guys. You are awesome. Thank you. Okay, for the demo.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm mindful of the time, so we'll try and be as quick as we can. I'm here to give you an update on Strategy 3. With me this evening is Michelle Walsh, Coordinator in Student Support Services, right behind me, back up. And our lead nurse for the district, Carrie Miller, and they'll be helping me in this presentation. I thank them for being here this evening. Next slide. This is the one system for supporting the whole child in California, and what I love about Strategy 3 is that when you consider the child in the center here, that star in the center, and you think about what we are doing in Strategy 3, you think about being safe, engaged, supported, challenged, and healthy. That is Strategy 3. We're touching on all those things. So I feel like our strategy really helps support the whole child. And it's so, so vitally important, the social and emotional systems of support. Next slide. We're also a huge part of MTSS, the multi-tiered systems of support. You can see at the top there, inclusive behavior instruction, inclusive social emotional instruction. Both of those are a hugely part of Strategy 3. So we are a part of the multi-tiered system of support. Next slide. And I love it. I used to be Strategy 6 and I was in the center of the house, and now in the remodeled house, Strategy 3, I'm in the center of the house again. This is great. But I really do feel like kids feeling like their well-being is satisfied and they're supported here at school really does help in all the other areas, particularly Strategy 4, a kid who doesn't feel safe, who doesn't have that emotional support, is not going to be able to achieve academically. So Strategy 3 is in the center of the house, and I think the house itself just represents how all these strategies really are interconnected to one another, and that's really important. And so at this point in time, I'd like to introduce Michelle Walsh to take it away with Actions and Services Area 1.
Good evening, and thank you for waiting around for us to be able to present. Strategy 3 is divided into 5 actions and services. So Action Service 1 we call our personnel action and services. So we have students and families will have access to support personnel in the areas of attendance, health, social emotional support, and behavior, and we do that with an equity-based model. So we continue to staff counselors at each elementary school. We have 15 of those, and they focus on attendance, character education, meeting the social emotional needs of our youngest subgroups. When we talk about counseling for our youngest children, sometimes people find it hard to believe that these kiddos would need mental health support. However, this year alone, our counselors did 23 substantiated suicide and threat assessments in the elementary schools, and that resulted in 6 students being transported to a hospital for mental health issues.
Oh my goodness.
We do continue to fund 4 additional middle school counselors, so each of the middle school has 2 counselors, and we flush out the general fund FTEs for the alt ed counselors, so each of the continuation school has a full day counselor. The largest 4 elementary schools, Lake, Breeze Hill, and President and Grapevine, continue to have an assistant principal on their site. By mid-year, our social workers by January had already completed 699 interventions. And that accounts for about 3% of the students. So these include home visits, connections to government services, foster student meetings, group and individual counseling. And when you talk about an intervention for a social worker, sometimes it can be 30 minutes, sometimes it can be 15 hours. So all of those really build up to build up their caseload. And then they're also the primary care contact for our foster kiddos. So we have 73 foster kids this year so far. And so they do serve as their primary contact. And we have a really good relationship with Child Welfare Services to make sure that they don't fall through the cracks. In addition, for our professional development, the social workers have led 45 sessions of professional development, including trauma-informed practices for schools, LGBT
LGBTQ competency training for 1,480 employees, culturally sensitive practices for intervention, suicide intervention, and prevention. In addition, I have provided 48 additional sessions of professional development in these areas, as well as the active shooter options-based training, attendance, human trafficking, and self-care. In this school year, we have had 1,718 students who are living in a homeless situation. We have 69 children living in motels. We have 139 children living in shelters. We have 42 children living with no shelter at all, and 1,467 children living in someone else's home temporarily due to economic emergencies. We do have our homeless outreach clinic, which is called Project Outreach, and that is located at Vic. Families from all over the district can access emergency hygiene supplies, emergency food, free school supplies, free school clothes, plus we assist with housing, food, and counseling resources. In Project Outreach, the social workers have provided in-depth case management for over 125 families, reaching more than 330 homeless VISTA children and their preschool age siblings. We are very appreciative of the $30,000 allocated in the LCAP this year for homeless services, including Project Outreach and a special Saturday school to make sure that these often disenfranchised students have positive school experiences. Actions and Service 2, this is our program action. So we want our teachers and staff to utilize research-based effective programs that increase student safety and connectedness. Our district-wide initiative, Restorative Practices, promotes strong, positive relationships and repairs relationships where harm has occurred. We employ proactive circles, fair process, and restorative conferences to empower students to make changes in their lives. All district sites do embrace this strategy, and more importantly, even the district programs embrace the strategy. So if you go into an ACES program or an AM/PM program, or come to one of my SARB meetings, you will see the restorative circles in action. This year, the school social workers and I have offered over 22 sessions of trauma-informed practices in schools. This is a professional development for teachers, classified staff, and administrators. These practices help staff better understand adverse childhood experiences and how they affect the child's brain, their functioning, and therefore their behavior and their ability to retain academic thoughts and achieve. So what we do is we work with the staff to help them learn evidence-based practices to help students develop coping strategies and resilience as they move into adulthood. We do hold Ability Awareness Weeks. They are firmly established on both campuses, and they provide opportunities for general ed students and staff to experience learning through the students with special needs. So they use some Braille, they use sign language, and we have some fancy kids come to the elementary schools and introduce themselves and just become part of the atmosphere. We continue to fund 3 full-time and 1 part-time SROs. And not only do they facilitate the idea of school connectedness and school safety, but they also serve in our attendance boards and go out and do wellness checks in case some of our kids are in trouble. Our partnership with Pass AmeriCorps allows for 12 full-time interns to mentor a caseload of over 30 students at 10 sites. These interns mentor students who are experiencing issues with attendance, with behavior, with academic performance. We continue to not only fund Breaking Down the Walls, but Plus at Mission Vista and RBB. And last but not least, our ACES program is our after-school program. We have 14 sites, 11 of them are at the elementary schools and 3 are at the middle schools. In addition, we have 3 morning sites. This ACES program is our after-school education and safety, and it's free for parents. The 2 major components are academic assistance and enrichment, and we're so grateful to have the funds this year that we were able to expand our programs at Grapevine in Maryland due to the influx of students from Olive. Now we get to the favorite part of my job. Strategy 3 is our teen parents. We have offered a teen parent program for pregnant and parenting students for over 34 years in this district. We have a strong, vibrant program this year now that we've combined the 2 sites. Today, we have 10 infants, 6 tweeners, and 3 toddlers, serving 22 parents. We We have already graduated 3 seniors, and we have the lowest dropout rate ever. We've only had 2 students leave our entire program without graduating. Our attendance rate is over 88%. So these are kiddos who have a baby, and they're getting themselves to school, counting appointments for them, appointments for their kids, and everything else that happens to a high schooler, and their attendance is 88%. We do have expanded outreach, so we're serving the other high schools. We have 5 male parents and 9 female parents who receive services 1 hour a week to talk about healthcare, making educational plans, and sometimes just a pep talk to make sure that the kiddos are getting served. We have a full learning lab, so students who have not had experience with children can come in and get some practice before they have their baby, or maybe even developmentally stay ahead. We have a teen parenting class. We have a child development center. We don't just offer daycare, so we make sure that we do assessments twice a year for our students. Radies comes out and helps us and makes sure the kids are developmentally able to move forward. And I would like to turn it over to Carrie.
Hello. Thank you for waiting for us tonight. Okay, so actions and service for students will have access to school health programs, including the delivery of school-related health services through district health support staff in collaboration with community health services. So currently, for LCAP, it was 3 RNs that are funded through LCAP. We have a total of 12 district nurses. And with having those 12 nurses, we're able to be more involved in our own schools, providing requested classes to staff, working closer with families, rather than just keeping up on IEPs and mandated screenings. It gives us more time because we have less schools each. We're able to be involved in more programs like One Site. We're hoping to bring the Eric Freitas to one of our sites. We're on the waiting list for that. And, you know, just other programs we can hone in on and help our kids. We have 2 LVNs. They're roving LVNs, and so they go from elementary school to elementary school, helping with the diabetics. And the other great thing about them is when I have sick calls in the health offices, I can float one of those over and the district nurses will cover the diabetics, but we don't have to call an agency to sub or try and wing it without a nurse. And that would be at the junior high school level, where there is a nurse in the health office. Vista Community Clinic Dental Van, they come twice a year to the elementary schools. They do exams, sealants, and then more extensive work that needs to be done, they refer out. And I gave you a sheet that shows each school. There was a total of 1,160 kids seen this year. And it shows by school. VAVPA, I didn't do that, it was the A+ teeth guy, but it's VAVPA. And then One Site we did this year, for K through 12, we had 651 students examined and 599 of them got free glasses with a 91% success rate. And then other sheet that I gave you shows each year. So in 2016, we started as a trial, and so it was just 2 of the middle schools that were involved. And then in 2017, we expanded it to middle school and elementary. And then in 2018, we did K through 12. So, and those children were selected based on our mandated screenings. The students that had failed their vision exams and parents wanted to take advantage of the One Site program. For mental health referrals, the nurses are always referring to Radies, UCSD, Vista Community Clinic, Lifeline, Site Care. We've sent families to other, not just mental health referrals, but we utilize Project Outreach, food pantries, teen parent program, are a lot of the agencies that we're always referring out to. BMI screenings. This year, the nurses talked about doing kind of an obesity initiative because 5th, 7th, and 9th graders, their height, weight, and BMI are looked at for PE tests or standards, I guess. Yeah, physical fitness tests. And so we took those grades and did height, weight, BMI, and blood pressure. We shared those numbers with the teachers, but then we also are currently working on generating a letter if a student falls in the overweight category or underweight category or has increased blood pressure. We'll send a letter out to the parents that will explain the risks of having those conditions. And then we'll offer anticipatory guidance if they'd like further resources. Educational offerings for staff and parents. Every year, at the beginning of the year, we do 2 trainings for all the health tech attendance clerks, which are in the elementary schools, so they're not healthcare providers. We do medication training, go over immunizations, basically everything it takes to work in the health office. And then they're signed off on giving medications because Ed Code requires us to do that yearly. The nurses offered CPR classes to staff that do not have it in their job description, such as teachers, so when they go on field trips, they can take kids who have EpiPens because they're trained. And we trained 215 teachers so far. I think there's still a few classes scheduled at the sites. And we do go over the EpiPen at the same time, so it kind of covers us for the field trip. We've done seizure classes, lice classes, some self-harm, head injury, G-tube feeding, the medication administration, immunizations, the big one with the new law coming out this summer. And then anything a school basically requests. If they're having some issue and they want staff to be trained, we're available to do that. And as far as the district nurses training, we received training on eating disorders, LGBTQ this year, vaping trends, current drug trends. We've gone to multiple trainings provided by San Diego County Office of Ed on triage, sexual health education. We also attend monthly county nurse meetings, the nurse resource meetings at San Diego County Office of Ed, and the Health Link meetings and the North County Coalition Subvention meeting. Thank you.
Then I have the very last area, which is Actions and Services 5. We will design a district-wide college awareness campaign so families and students will have an understanding of and preparedness for college over a 3-year phasing period. We're actually finishing up the 3rd year of that 3-year phasing period. The WAVE pack includes CSU A to G presentations in elementary and middle schools. So far, Mario, our WAVE pack TOSA, has made contact with over 650 parents at middle school college nights. It also includes promotional materials that you see throughout the district, social media campaigns that he runs, the numerous field trips to Cal State San Marcos University. This year we've had over 1,500 of our students actually attend a field trip to Cal State University San Marcos. Of course, WAVE Pack Wednesdays continued with staff members wearing their college gear. We have the guaranteed admission program through Cal State San Marcos, and for the class of 2018, there are 308 students who qualified for that program and an actual 89 who entered CSUSM on that program. And Palomar Promise identified 458 graduates from the class of 2018. The WAVE Pack TOS is also funded out of this area. Of course, unfortunately, there have been some budget cuts, and that position is being phased out. But we're confident that the initiatives in this area can continue through other means, and we will continue them through other means moving on into the future. And so that is it for Strategy 3, and we thank you, and we know it's late.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you for staying.
And if we have questions, we'll mail them to you.
Yep, sounds great.
Because we only have a couple minutes and we have to be out of this room, so we have to get the charter done. And the Magnet School Parents Committee, are you going to kill me?
We're next, we're right here. Take us 2 minutes.
Magnet
Yep,
School.
Magnet. All right, real fast. So
thanks a lot for giving us some time. I really appreciate it. I truly want to thank the parents for being here. The great work you've done with us to identify structure.
We would have been here regardless.
No, it's all good.
You good?
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So magnet school, we all know that, that we love our magnet schools, but we know that there are some challenges, that we want to make sure that our magnet schools are representative of our community. So I was asked to work with these wonderful group of parents to talk about some solutions. And we believe we have a structure that can help us arrive at a solution to make sure that all students have access to all of our magnet schools. So with that, I want to hand out to Julie Kelly, and when we're finished with Julie Kelly, she's going to be our parent representative. We'd like to introduce another wonderful person here, Jennifer Jeffries, and she's actually going to be our facilitator of the magnet school. But we'll start with Julie Kelly. Julie, come on up.
Thank you.
I should say good morning, board. It's almost morning. You have received a copy of the draft of the Magnet School Steering Committee structure. Representative Alderson, we took your words to heart last December when you said we should convene a committee. And our goal here is actually not written down on paper, because truly the desired outcomes and the goals of this committee are to be defined by the committee. And it's critical to us that this committee be truly representative of all stakeholders within and without our district. I'm not going to walk you through the whole document, but we, by design, are looking at 2 annual community forums, a room bigger than this one that people can come and share their ideas, their complaints, their praises. There will be a standing committee that will meet 4 times a year. It will be composed almost equally of district employees and parents. Within those groups, we expect to have teachers, classified reps, English language learners, magnet parents, non-magnet parents, charter parents, representatives from all stakeholders within our district. And then in between those 4 meetings per year, we want as much community involvement as possible through what we're calling sprint team participation. The real work of the Magnet Steering Committee will happen on those sprint teams. If you care about the lottery process, you can join that sprint team and have all the input you want. We will rely very heavily on our council PTAs, our principals, our DLAC to recruit those sprint team members for us. And then with Jennifer Jeffries' help, we'll get this committee kicked off with 3 meetings. I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer so she can give a little more insight on that. But before I do, does the board have any questions for me? Not right now. Okay, great. I'm out.
Sorry. You didn't know, seriously.
I think we need to get like a buzzer, and when there's a question, like you guys to know. I mean, I know it's late, but don't disregard what we might have to say.
Yes.
But if we have to leave the
I get that, but I'm just saying, look down here once in a while.
Well, you can buzz in any time, Margaret, and you don't have to wait to be asked.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. Fan of yours from Fallbrook, your neighbor over the hill here, and glad to be with you. It's a bit of a return performance because I've had the good fortune to facilitate a GATE community group, attendance boundaries, the new high school. That was a facilitation I did, and as I prepared for tonight, I realized that since 1990, since 2000, I facilitated 193 discussions in this region. And they all have one thing in common. How they begin is how they end. And I'm anticipating a viable and helpful outcome to this effort for 3 reasons. 1, the insight and the goodwill that was evident in the planning meeting that I attended of the parents and administrators who shaped the way forward. And the way forward is the recommended Magnet School Steering Committee structure document that you have. And the 3rd reason is that this well-laid plan will be embraced by those who are on this committee. And I know they're going to bring a high level of commitment and wisdom to the conversation, and that will result in a good outcome to guide the Magnet, wonderful Magnet initiative that you have in this district. So I'm looking forward to working with Vista again, and I will turn it back to Matt.
Okay.
What would I do?
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And if you have any more feedback for us, please let us know as we launch this committee. We want to make sure that it's meaningful for our school board members.
Thank you, committee, for staying.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to make this real short and quick. The main reason we're here for the budget update is I promised you I'd come back each time we had a board meeting, give you an update. We're in kind of a holding pattern right now. We're continuing to work and refine our budget. We're actually working on numbers and looking at it, making the adjustments for the salaries next year, step and column and all those type of things. That's what fiscal service is working on. We know the legislature is working on a lot of variety of issues where, there may be a benefit to us. They're trying to equalize special ed a little bit, maybe give us a little bump. We're looking at $600 and some odd dollars per ADA, where we are right now is $551 per ADA for special ed to the SELPA. So we know it's in the works. We just don't know what it's going to look like yet, because that will come with May revise and with the formal adoption of the legislation by the legislature. The main thing that you guys have in your board packet, which is the reason why it's weights, is the fact that there's a demographic report. There's a 7-year demographic report that shows what's going to happen. It's a projection of the enrollment decline and what the demographers, based on a whole lot of mobility rates, birth rates, movements, non-movements, non-selling of homes, is happening in our community. So, and that's really important, because when we build the budget, the first thing we have to do is project what our enrollment is going to be. And we usually go conservative. We didn't do it as much as we should have last year, but this year we are. We are going to project 638 students less than what we had this year in October. And remember, it's October to October. That's what we look at. So that will affect staffing, obviously, because if you have 600 less students, you don't need as many teachers. So the information in there is really important in the demographic. They say the biggest decline is going to be in our high school area over the next 7 years. So each year this gets updated, and I think it's going to be important for us as we go forward to watch that. We have identified some cuts coming forward, almost about $700,000 worth, but we're continuing to work because we still need about 1.5 to get to the 14.7 that we previously talked about. And that's it. Yeah, I'm going to get the, and the reason Mr. Vargas wanted this report, but I also have guests in the audience. And I was going to start off with a little statement about how this all started. It started with the House. And the House had a strategy in it called Strategy 2. And it was 21st century facilities. And in that strategy, we started with a group of parents and community members for every school, all the staff members, and we started building what our facilities would look like. Before I go on, I want to introduce a team of people who've been waiting all night too, just like the Magnet School parents, but who have really been a part of what we've been doing from the very beginning. And what's nice about it, the two groups are Vista community members also. So that really, they have an invested interest. So what I'm going to start off with is we have Alpha Studio Design Group. Paul Gallegos and Josh Eckel are two architects, is our executive architect who works on all the projects and helping us focus on what we need to do, providing the preliminary cost estimates so that we can go through the whole process. Josh and Paul wave at us. We have Erickson Hall, who is our bond program consultant, who helps us planning what we need to do, pre-construction work, making sure everything is in the right order. Jim Fisher is part of that. We have our infamous John Wathen, who is our maintenance and operation manager. His construction experience really helps us in moving things along. And of course, we have our executive director of facilities, maintenance and operation, who makes sure that we keep a focus. So I am going to cut through the purpose of the Measure ILL. You all know what that is. I'm going to let Brock talk briefly about the projects, and I told him he had to talk fast.
Hey, let's not forget Bruce Herman.
But that's the bond money.
No, but he's part of the team. Hey, so when you went to board training, did they like keep you up late and, you know, like boot camp or anything? Because I feel like that's what we're about here. So
By the way, I also have the book.
You may need it. They don't let me up here very long, and you'll probably find out in a few minutes why. I realize that. I'm gonna go through, I'm gonna skip right to the bond funding in phase 1 timeline. And I'm just gonna hit a couple highlights. We went to San Francisco on the 29th. We met with the bond rating firms, and on the 9th, we actually got our rating back. A AA3, which is as good as anybody in the North County area, and something to be very proud of. We're very proud.